Hello friends! Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to a show where I will build isitnewyearsday.com. It will tell you yes or no. So if you go there, right now it says no. But it's just a static site that says no. So we need to fix that. We're going to add some logic. And this is actually inspired by Is It Christmas? .com, which we went to on a past stream during Christmas. But this site was really cool because anybody that connected to it, you could see the flag of the country that they were from, and you could see their mouse moving around. You could open the terminal and send messages. Right now it's not working anymore because it's past Christmas. But I want to build something very similar for New Year's Day. And basically anyone that goes to the website, there's my break timer, let's take a quick stretch. But anyone that goes there will see your mouse moving on the page. And it'll have a countdown until New Year's. And we can do lots of fun stuff, like rain emojis when New Year's actually happens, and all that good stuff. Yeah, I purposefully already bought the domain before I started, because I didn't want anybody stealing it. But hello, Ben. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Mad Al. Hello, Doc. Welcome. Hello, Ronnie. Hello, Coding Pasta. Hello, Ed. Hello, Marquez. Hello, Augustus. Hello, Breaktruth. What's up? Ed says, I'm not going to ride. I read the title, Build It Wednesdays, and got overly excited about a new series. It's not a no. This is a one-time thing, or like a once-a-year thing. Yeah. And hello, Andres. Yep, I got the domain. Ben says, how do you plan to design it? I'd like to help design it. It's going to be a very simple design. It is going to be very, very similar. It'll just say yes or no, but it will have the user's mice moving around on the screen. That's the plan anyways. If you have other ideas for designs, I'm open to it. And hello, Adam. Welcome. We might implement console chatting. Also, like, to make it more user-friendly, we could even just implement an actual chat box with, like, an overlay on it. We'll see. And hello, Conrad. Doc just did a PR for the Christmas drop game. Let's check it out. What did you add? Pull request? Physics enhancements. Okay. Physics should now be frame rate independent. Remove expensive per frame calls to get bounding client rect and client width inner width. Use a quad tree for faster box collision checks. Drop to drop collisions. That was something we were going to avoid, but I think I'm going to merge it anyways because I'm really only going to be using this overlay until New Year's. So, Alka drop enhancement. Show the SVG had fixed viewport and would not scale. Tree SVG would sometimes load slow. That's true. Drop positioning is more accurate. Don't shift or teleport when changing into ornaments. All right. You changed quite a few files. Let's look at all of it. We've got our math clamp function. Debounce, okay. I'm not a fan of defining multiple variables with a single const, but I'll allow it. What I'm doing right now is just making sure that there's no rickroll in this, and if there's not, I'm gonna merge it. That's pretty cool. So whenever something resizes, all of the things calculate so you can reposition the drops and such. That's pretty cool. The Alka drop may have changed to a different GIF. Is it a rickroll? I don't want to be rickrolled. Elastic collisions. There's a lot going on here. If this were any other project, I would take my time reviewing it. But I trust you, Doc, so I'm about to merge it. Let's see. And then let's see what we did with Alka. I feel like Doc created the curling rickroll thing. I'm not saying they're mean, I'm saying they're clever. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Alright, I want to find the Alka image. Yep, there we go, see? The Alka drop is a GIF of Rick Astley. Let's see what it's gonna load. I'm open to it. Yeah, it's not bad, because it'll be like a tiny little Rick Astley. I'm open to it. Alright, we have a quad tree. Where does this come from, Doc? There's so much code in here. Come on. What's an mm? Is that millimeters? npm lib quad tree? Okay. But I will say this. So, as an open source maintainer, when you have a large pull request like this, you want to take the time to review it. I trust Doc, and this is going to be a fun little rickroll on top of the tree. So I'm going to merge it. But if someone's making a commit with like hundreds of files changed, you really want to review it carefully. But it's no big deal. This site isn't deployed anywhere. It's not going to be harvesting anyone's credentials. Yeah, we should be good. And I think I have the latest changes pushed up. Let me see. The last one was updates, and I think you have that commit. It's fine. It's fine. We're going to merge it. Let's go. Merge. Merge. I do use NVM, Node Version Manager. All right. Are you ready for this? It's going to refresh. Hopefully it works. It didn't refresh. Let's refresh the overlay. There should be a exclamation mark Q&A command. Yeah, it's not listed there, but there should be one. I see. So there's 100 Rick Astleys. Never gonna give you up. All right, let's remove. We'll only have one Rick Astley. And it's a horrible frame rate because of all of the Rick Astleys. It's fine. This is fine. This is fine. Where'd they go? Yeah, we're just gonna do one of these. It's not detecting changes. That's interesting. It could be because it's a browser source in OBS. Yeah, when I look at the direct browser source, it's pretty good. Look at all those Rick Astleys. Oh, you left it turns into a box when it hits the bottom. What was I about to do? Oh yeah, let me clear all the Rick Astleys that are on there. Not cool. Okay. Well, I'll allow it. There we go. Thank you so much, Doc. And we'll get to see some nice tree physics and snowflake physics and stuff like that. But look at this. Yeah, when it hits the bottom, there's a bounding box. Let me fix that. Outline. Border. Is it in the styles? Outline. Collision debug. Just debug false at the very top. Okay, I can do that. Why doesn't it refresh? That's so weird. It's using browser sync, I thought. Alright, sorry, Karan. You're going to disappear. Here we go. Alright. Should be good now. Let's close that. Let's catch up on the chat. That was a fun little diversion. And thank you, Doc, for the contribution. And hello, Jamie. Hello, Marat. Welcome. Yeah, Ed rickrolled me. I'm sorry, Doc did, but it's okay. Clear is just for me. It'll only work for my account, but it removes all the drops from the tree. And thanks for the follow, CFox. Welcome. Hello, Mahidra. Yeah, so feel free to use my Q&A website. I did make some updates, so if you are a YouTube member, it should appear now. And I did some basic testing, but if you are a member or a patron, it'd be great if you could log in and we can test and see and make sure that the site is still working. It should be. But feel free to ask your question there, Mahidra. And hello, Mattia. Welcome. Mono is saying, I'm having a hard time hosting a MERN app with AWS EC2. Even though I'm able to run the app there, whenever any route is called, it says 404 page not found. What do I do? There's a lot that could be going wrong there, and I don't know the specifics of how you set it up. Did I create a syntax error? Oh, I might have done it in the like the CSS file. I mean, that should still load the site. There's a space. Are the drops not working? Hmm. Unexpected token on line 560. Did it show that in the diff? Oh. Okay. I accidentally added the GIF there. There we go. All right. We're getting there. There we go. Very good. Very good. Yeah, Mono, so I don't know the specifics of how you've deployed. If you have your React app being deployed with your Express backend app, you might need to set up a wildcard route. If you have the code on GitHub, I might try to take a look. And hello, Karan. I do use NVM. Hello, Heretic. Welcome back. Hola, Marcipires. Welcome. Yeah. Do you hate the delay on start? It's not that bad for me, actually. Look, you can see in my terminal, when I open a new terminal, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippis, and it loads the version of Node that I have installed. Hello, Sam. Hello, Augustus. Canelo says, not cool. It's all right. Okay, I'll do that. And hello, LOL Craftian. Welcome. Hello, Abdelhamid. Hey, Rasha. What's up? Mahidra says, I created and deployed a Node backend auth app on my server, but I'm able to use that backend to other front ends. So how can I stop this behavior on my backend? You can look at the origin header. So when an app loads inside of a browser, the origin header is set. And if that origin is not the origin that you're expecting, then you can deny the request on your backend. However, if the request isn't being made from a browser client, oh, what happened, Doc? Look at this. That's not even touching the tree. What'd you do? Oh well, it's fine. But yeah, so if the request isn't coming from a browser, yeah, they're floating with the force. If it's not coming from the browser, they can fake the origin header. But if it is, you can check the origin header. So I'd say look at that. Yeah, that won't work, Yuvaraj. Get reset. The increased collision area is going to make for much fewer ornaments. It's true, because you could bounce into other snowflakes. I feel like the snowflakes are dropping really fast, aren't they? Faster than usual. And hello, Ran. Hello, Robin. Welcome. Hello, Witgal Hack. Hello, Vouter. Marsupira says, greetings from South America. You are so cool, dude. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, that one's a little slower. Is it going to land on the tree? Oh, right on top. Very good. Hello, Yuvraj. How do you handle projects that require a client ID to use an API? You use the client ID. So the client ID is something that you can deploy to the front end. It's not secret. And certain APIs allow you to just use the client ID, like the Twitch API. But you would never put your client secret in your front end code. Hello, Ran. Oh, I already said that. Hello, Ravi Kumar. Welcome. Hello, Toby. Welcome back. Sergio says, nice to see you. I'm almost finishing their project. And sure, it will be fun to play with. Oh, cool. Very good. I am not married. Hello, Titus. Hello, Igor. Welcome. Hello, Impy. Oh, did you see what happened there? Karan knocked off an ornament as it went past it, but it didn't land on the tree. That's really funny. Voucher is a Jedi. Yeah, they're floating right there. This is what happens every time I merge a PR at work. That's unfortunate. I made an entire API with a .env for the client ID. It's fine. Like it's one more level of protection because your client ID, especially with the Twitch API, does have certain rate limits on it. So if someone were to use that client ID in their own app, they would be increasing your rate limit usage or like your usage of the API. So that's totally fine. And in the future, you can add endpoints that are using like the client secret and things like that. But yeah. Hello, Manus. Welcome. Can you use cores to restrict backends? Yeah, so the origin header for sure. And then you can configure cores to only allow one specific origin. That was for the question that Mahidra asked. Yeah, and hello, Nexter. They're going pretty fast. I think I'm okay with it. We're gonna let it happen. Oh, here comes Adam. Definitely gonna land on the tree. Here you go. Shoop. Yeah. Oh, running at a higher. So yeah, I'm only running at 1920 by 1080. What would I need to change in the code to change like the frame rate? Game loop. Let me know, Doc. Where's the frame rate? We'll decrease it because they're going really fast. Oh wow, it tried and it went off of it. Why is the topic game development? Is it on Twitch? Shouldn't be. Science and technology. Is it game development on YouTube? I don't know. The downward velocity is random Vy. So, if we only increase it by like 2, that should decrease them. And like multiply by 4. I feel like I was using light server. Maybe it is just HTTP server. That's better. There's Rick Astley. What site is what? The pull request did mention gravity. The collision on the tree is much more aggressive. That's what I mean. Much easier to knock an existing ornament off the tree. Yeah, so here comes LOL Craftian. Oh, knocked it off and didn't land. That's actually kind of funny. I'm okay with that. And hello, KK. Welcome. And thanks for the follow, Messanikos. Welcome. Hello, Joundi. Divikar is asking, when will I see a Vue.js project in a live stream? Well, that could be today. So I'm catching up on the chat, but we're going to build this isitnewyearsday.com. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to decide what we're going to build it with. So let's do a quick poll. What should I build this with? What should I build this with? Should we do it in vanilla? Should we do, and this is the front end, because the back end is going to be Node Express. What should I build the front end for this with? Vanilla, Vue, React, Svelte. Anyone think of anything else? Backend could be C#. I don't want to be streaming all day. Like, and I would have to use something like, what's the... there's a real-time package for C# backends. TypeScript. We'll add those as options. We'll say Vue plus TypeScript and React plus TypeScript. You can only sort of do Svelte with TypeScript. It's not super supported. Vanilla plus TypeScript. We could try Angular, which obviously has. Oh, is it Angular 8? What's the most recent one? We could do it, if we do it in vanilla, maybe we'll use something like the virtual DOM, but like an external package. Angular 8? All right, those are the options. Django? Nah, we're using Node Express for the backend. That's the plan. Vote now. So go to that link, vote, and You will decide what we build the front end with. It's up to you. I usually engage the safety squints every time I merge a PR. Is it safe? Flakes just, what do you mean, Steven, it isn't for you? You mean like backend development? Or. Yeah. And hello, Christopher. Welcome. The tree is very slippy. Yeah. We merged Doc's pull request, and it added some more physics to the game, so yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Sam. And thanks for the YouTube sub, Nicholas. Welcome. Thanks for the Twitch follow. Realdo Broman. Welcome. Ooh, very nice. Thanks for the Twitch follow. I am for Cirque. Welcome. And we're gonna use Node Express on the back end because I don't want to be streaming for more than 2 hours. I always say that, which means it's gonna turn into like a 4-hour stream. But if I used C#, we'd be here for a while because I'm not familiar with it. I could do it, but I'm not familiar with it. Why not just vanilla TypeScript? I put that on there. Vanilla TypeScript. The current winner is React with 11 votes. Keep those votes coming in. There are quite a few people watching, yeah. But I guess Infi is saying... I can't see that. We'll see it in a second. Yeah. And hello, Jamie. Look who's afraid of types. I'm not afraid of types. Come on. I'll write TypeScript better than a lot of people. I just don't want to. Mono is saying, I've heard many people saying web dev is hard. What's your opinion? It varies. I think a lot of people make it harder than it needs to be, especially with all these build tools and front-end frameworks and stuff like that. It doesn't have to be that hard. Though, it is... wow, just like right along the edge. But it is, I would say web development, modern web development is a software engineering discipline. It used to be that like computer science graduates and software engineers did not regard web development as software engineering. They think it's just like a play toy. But modern web development absolutely is a software engineering discipline. Go, Vue. Dog is saying might also be too much horizontal air resistance. You could also comment out the line drop velocity times equals 1 minus air resistance. What is that going to do? That will... Oh, so it won't potentially fly off of the tree? Yeah. Oh, well, we're gonna leave it. It's fine. I don't know, maybe you, like, hard refresh the page? That's really weird. Should be science and technology. 2 hours. Well, maybe we can vote on that, because, I do want to... I could potentially use feathers on the back end, or just do socket.io with Express. Not that. That. Socket.io. Node.js Express plus feathers. Socket.io. So, should I build the backend using feathers, which kind of like wraps some of the Socket.io stuff that happens, or should I just use the raw Socket.io? That was my initial plan, but I'll let you vote on it. Node HTTP server. Like I said, I'm not trying to be here all day. Cool. How's the front end doing? React is... No, Vue. Vue is winning now with 23 votes. Very cool. And hello, Alan. Welcome. Trio says, I made an app like your malware project that I've uploaded the DB, but the malware app Mu is not working. Do I have to create the DB on Atlas or it will be automatically created? I haven't really worked with Atlas much. So the tricky thing with Atlas is you have to also enable some security rules that would allow your deployed server to access the database here. It's a bit trickier than MongoLab. But yeah. Yeah, no worries. Have I thought about making tutorials about microservices and Kubernetes? I just don't have that much experience with them. It would be fun to do. And hello, Omar from Iraq. Welcome. Yep, that should be there. So Feathers basically creates services and creates a higher level way of interacting with it. So instead of just working with raw socket messages, you can say like user created or user updated, and it creates all of those socket events automatically based on what happens on the back end. So it's just a higher level wrapper. And you can use it with Primus instead of Socket.io if you want to. How often do you do the data structures? How important do you think data structures are for backend, specifically if we're doing it in Node.js? And by data structures, I mean linked list, space complexity, that kind of stuff. It varies. Like if you're working at one of the FANG companies, they care about this kind of stuff. And especially if you're working in large deployments where you have thousands and thousands of users, knowing about this kind of thing can help with scaling your application. So somewhat important, and it depends. Yeah, no CGI bin. And hello, Siba. Welcome. I see. It's an automated tagging system. Hello, Alana. Welcome. Hello, Knooks. Be sure to go to the poll if you do want to vote for Svelte. It's got 12 votes right now. I'll share the polls again, just in case you missed it. Big crowd. Yeah, lots of people are watching. It could be that the title is very interesting. There's the poll. There's the poll. I don't have to be here all day, just all night. Good morning, Simjohn. Welcome. Why do I need a backend at all? Because we're going to make it real time. So, of course, I could literally just say, is it New Year's Day? But what we're going to do is we're going to make it so that anybody that goes to the website will see their mouse moving, and their mouse will be the flag of the country that they're from. And we'll also potentially have a way for users to send messages and trigger events on the page, so we want it to be real time. That's why we need a backend. Yeah, I don't have a chair command, but it is from IKEA. I just got it from my work. It's the IKEA Marcus. Yeah, it's this thing. But they don't sell this color anymore. This is the chair though, if you're interested in. Adam is king. Are they at the top? Niraj is saying, you're doing some great stuff on this channel. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Yeah, Adam's on top. Check out Firefox someday, every stream. I guess I could use Firefox. Not today, but one day. Wait, do they have Socket.io debugging tools? I don't know. Oh, I could do, so for that I would use like WebRTC, like peer-to-peer. Yeah. I'm not gonna do that though. we're gonna make a backend. That was the plan. Want Angular. It made my Firefox look exactly like Chrome because I like the way Chrome looks. That's good. Yeah, we're growing. Here we go. I have no idea how to build Angular apps, but I don't exactly want to know. Yeah. And thanks for the Twitch follow, Salamini. Welcome. Seiji took all the chairs from his work. Now everyone sits on the ground. No, I got 2 chairs from work, and they said I could have them because they had a lot of extras. But yeah. You're welcome. Polymerix. Marco says, I have the same chair. I do not recommend it. I like it. It's fine. I like that it's green. That's my favorite thing about it. Any ideas on how to integrate Vue in Code Igniter? I don't know what Code Igniter is. Is that a backend thing? Open source software for rapid development with PHP. Cool. So if you want to integrate it with Vue, you probably want to have your PHP app to be a JSON API. However you would do that with CodeIgniter, because Vue is a front-end technology. So CodeIgniter creates your JSON API. You communicate with that JSON API with Vue. You could do other things, but that's probably the best way to go. Oh, okay. Cool. Hello, Harsh. Welcome. IKEA's Schwarzschild. And Niraj with the super chat. Thank you so much. Niraj says, keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And thanks for the follow, Plimerex. How to send an email from a contact form. That would be a fun future stream. We're not going to do that today, though. No, Harsh just bought a MacBook Pro. It feels great for web development. That's great. Congrats. Merry Christmas. If I hate configuring Webpack, check out laravelmix.com. Well, that doesn't sound like Webpack. It's for Laravel? An elegant wrapper around Webpack. Install Laravel. I'm not gonna do that. Step 1, install Laravel. That's fine. Okay, so let's look at the polls and let's start building. So for the back end, bare Node Express socket.io. So there's no feathers. Cool. We're gonna do that. And for the front end, it's gonna be Vue with 25 votes. All right, voting closed. We'll say front end with Vue, back end with Node Express socket.io. Very good. Is Vue 3 out? Vue 3 is not is not out yet. Best Webpack config, uninstall Webpack. So Parcel is interesting because it's like 0 config. So you literally just install Parcel and it automatically detects what kind of things you have in your app, like Sass, or if you're importing SVGs and stuff like that. And it just handles it all, and you don't need to configure it. I think you can, but you don't need to. So Parcel is pretty cool. Oh, look at their little drop game. They're dropping bundles. All right. Oh, and more people have logged in and voted, I see. So the site doesn't seem to be too broken. I'll say if there are any YouTube members or Patreon patrons watching the stream, if you could just log into the Q&A site and send a test question, that would be great. Thanks for the link, Steven. Because I made some updates this morning. So it shouldn't now show, if you're a member, it's going to show a member icon. And if you're a patron, it'll show a patron icon. But we'll see. Cool. All right. Now, this is going to get tricky. There's a lot of people watching, so it's going to get tricky to maintain the chat. So I'm going to do one last pass through, and then we're just going to keep up with the chat as much as we can. Is there another super chat coming in? Oh, Himanshu. Thank you so much. Who says, Happy New Year's in advance from Tipsy Ninja. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Troho says, is there an Atlas alternative since imlab is not anything anymore that doesn't need security rules enabled? Not so. MongoDB Atlas and imlab are probably your two best bets. It's not that hard to configure Atlas. It's just you have to configure it, and I don't know a resource, so I don't know off the top of my head how to configure it. So you can still use Atlas, just know that it needs to be configured. You might search on the web for MongoDB Atlas security rules or IP whitelisting. That's what you need. I actually use Robo3T. Yeah. It literally says standalone project. It's better not. It's not better than Laravel Mix. Oh, I see. I see. And Karan has become a YouTube member. No way! Thank you, Karan, who is now a droplet. Awesome. Shout out real quick to all my members. I'm going to show them on the screen for a second. We should see Karan on there. Here it comes. Maybe? There he is. Thank you, Karan, for supporting me on YouTube. Much appreciated. And Niraj, what? What's happening? Thank you, Niraj. Much appreciated. Yeah, thank you so much for clicking that join button. It helps me here on the Coding Garden. We don't have ads on my channel, and user support is how we do it, so much appreciated. Let's see, has anyone logged in that is a member? Oh, look at that. Testing. Nice. Cool. So that shows YouTube members. Sweet. You'll see their level and their icon there. And thank you, Bob, for the test from Patreon. Very cool. Yeah, it's working. Emotes in the chat. We got members. Here, I'll show them all again. Much appreciated. The Patreon overlay is not running in Docker. So that's just a static website that hits my API backend. That lists the APIs that I created for showing all the members. Cool. All right. And hello, Be Monstrous. I'm doing good. We're doing one last pass of the messages, and then I just got a code. Oh yeah, and as a YouTube member, you have the ability to use emojis or new emotes. Another member? What? it'll happen soon. Gabriel was a droplet. Thank you so much. Cool, but as a member, let's see some emotes in the chat. You can do the Coding Garden emotes. There they are. And thank you so much, Gabriel, for being a droplet. So not only do you get emotes, you also get access to exclusive channels on the Discord. So if you link your YouTube account to your Discord account, then you'll get access to those channels. Hey, no worries, LOL Craftian. Yeah, and I have to fix this. Something weird is going on in my parsing of the overlay. Hype, hype. Yeah, you also get a nice little icon on your name there too. Cool. Yeah, Divikar says, since it's Vue, I should not sleep tonight. All right, hopefully we can get some nice Vue.js stuff going for you. Did you use Yarn or NPM when off stream? I use NPM. I just stick with it. After Patreon, oh, hello, Danny. Grant missing session or misconfigured provider. Looks like Bob was able to log in. Interesting. I need to fix that. Somehow Bob logged in though. Can you try again, Danny? Maybe it was like a one-time thing. Weird. And thanks again, Karan, for being a member. What is it New Year's Day? We're gonna build it. So it's gonna say whether or not it's New Year's Day. Right now it says no, but we're gonna make it say yes when it is New Year's Day. Thanks for the membership. Thanks Niraj for the membership. There's an app for MongoDB, says Amit. DB Coda. We can look at it. Open source next generation IDE. Interesting. Interesting. That was on, I think that was on my website where that happened. Yeah, that's my Patreon. Thank you. Thank you. Who did a shout out? I don't think anybody did. I think the thing is, the stream title is interesting. It's more interesting than like Q&A or working on the overlay. So there's a lot of people here today, which is good. Yeah, and you get to use the emotes, which are broken in my overlay, but we'll fix that. And thanks again, Gabriel, for being a member. And Bob is installing a Ring doorbell. That's cool. Yeah, so I don't have any monetization enabled on Twitch, mainly because if you become an affiliate, they don't let you stream on multiple services. So that's why I have all the other things. Oh, look at Bob's holiday emotes. Very cool. Hello, Dirkral. Welcome. And Ben with a $10 donation. Let's see if they sent a message. You best. Oh, thank you, Ben. You rock. All right. Hype, hype. The Tree of Quran. Yeah, so Quran is on there, aren't they? And hello, Permajit. Welcome. I love Yarn because of the emoji. That's true. They do have cool emojis in the terminal, but I just stick with NPM because Yarn is like a separate thing. I don't know. And hello, Samarth. Welcome. And thanks for the Twitch follow. Arsenogy Civic. Welcome. Arsenogy Civic. Maybe we can do some fancy CSS. The thing is, this is inspired by isitchristmas.com, which just does this. So we're gonna do something like that. But we could potentially get fancy with the CSS. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's cool. Not today, but maybe tomorrow for the seedling project stuff. Cool. All right. This is it. I obviously am going to keep watching the messages on the right, but there's a lot of people watching, so I can't really like check off each message. Cool. What do I think of PNPM? I've tried it before and it's really cool. I think NPM should like default to PNPM because this actually links your packages instead of creating copies in every single directory. But I've just run into issues because certain packages expect that the files are in there instead of them being links. So I just stick to NPM for now, but yeah. Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't work, but it's really cool. All right, there goes that. we'll keep track of the follows if those happen. But for those of you that are just joining us, here's the plan. We are going to create this website, isitnewyearsday.com. First off, we're probably just going to do some basic front-end stuff that gets the date and literally displays yes or no, and we'll probably display a countdown as well. But then what we'll do is we'll have a backend with real-time connections. So anybody that's on the website, we're going to show their mouse, and their mouse will be the country flag of wherever they're connected to the site from. And you can see everybody's mouse moving around on the page. We'll at least get that working. And then we'll potentially add like messaging features, or maybe you can do something on the page which fires a firework. First of all, let's get the basic website working. Would I recommend to learn the MERN stack for 2020? Yeah. Mongo, Express, React, Node, it's all good stuff. Sergio is asking, what's the difference between a patron, a member, a donation, and a pledge? So, worked the second time. Weird. That's unfortunate, but thank you, Danny, for testing it. There's just different ways to support me. So you can support me on Patreon. There are these levels here. And it's just a way of providing support so I can keep doing what I'm doing. So that's a patron. A member is a YouTube thing. So if on my YouTube channel, there's, and below this video, there's a join button. And it's very similar, except that it's through Google. So you can, if you already have payment registered on Google for like the Play Store or different things like that, it's fairly seamless. You literally just click the button and you're now paying me through YouTube. Donations happen through Streamlabs, which is either PayPal or credit card. And those are just one-time donations. And patrons and pledges are the same thing. So a patron that is a patron is pledging on Patreon. All right, let's go. Let's make the front end. So we the winner here was Vue.js, so we're gonna use Vue. Let's generate it. Close that. Close that. All right, is it New Year's Day? Let's install the latest Vue CLI. I'll be streaming for at least 2 more hours. I've already been live for 45 minutes, and we haven't written any code. Yeah, that's the plan. We're going to use WebSockets for the real-time showing people's mouses on the page and stuff like that. Yeah, I've covered most of the possibilities except for Twitch, because Twitch has an exclusivity clause. So if you become an affiliate on Twitch, you're not allowed to simultaneously stream to other services, and you have to wait up to 24 hours before you upload any streams on Twitch to something like YouTube. So that's why I haven't become an affiliate yet, because I have a lot of people that watch on YouTube. So yeah. Here we go. So we have the Vue CLI. Let's do Vue create client. All right, we're gonna manually select our features. We'll use Babel. I think it was Vue without TypeScript, right? Just Vue, so no TypeScript. I don't think we need a router. There's literally just gonna be one page. Let's turn off the drop game, because there's code happening. I don't think we're gonna use a router. Should we use Vuex? The first 5 votes in the chat will decide if we use Vuex. Say it now, yes or no. Yes. Yes, yeah, that's it. That's the winner. We're gonna use Vuex. Yes. Cool. So, CSS preprocessors, everybody's saying yes. The majority, there's a few no's. There's like 5 or 6 no's, but the majority of people want us to use Vuex, so we will. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, and then we'll add CSS preprocessors. That'll allow us to use. YouTube's not too far behind. I have low latency enabled. Yeah. We're gonna install preprocessors. That'll let us use Sass if we want to, and we'll use the Airbnb config. We'll use Dart Sass, Airbnb config, lint on save, put it in dedicated files. Don't save the preset. All right, here goes our Vue.js application. And here I'm going to update my YouTube title. Do you think it's worth learning Nux.js? I think it's pretty cool, yeah. So if you want to do server-side rendering with Vue.js, then Nux is the way to go, for sure. Let's do this. With Node.js, Express, Socket, IO, and Vue.js. There we go. So now people know. We'll do the same thing on Twitch. Whoa, not that. Cool. All right, so we have an application. Let's serve it up. Can you also use it for non-server-side rendered? So the thing is, so it's a hybrid approach. So the first page load of your Nuxt application is server-side rendered, but then after that, it behaves like a regular plain old Vue.js SPA. So the point of it is to give you a really fast initial load time, and then after that, it behaves like a SPA. So you wouldn't really use Nuxt unless you wanted an initial server-side rendering. Yeah, and I guess you can do static sites as well, so like pre-generate the application, but yeah. Nuxt provides convenient features without SSR. That's interesting. I don't have much experience with it, so cool. So we got a Vue app. Let's open it up in code. Oh, actually, we already have it. So in the client folder, let's create a... I guess we can do the majority of the work in the main app component. No, we're going to create a separate component. Let's create a component that's called just like landing. And this is where all of the application logic is going to be. We'll probably have a component for countdown and stuff like that. No. Template? That's so weird. Oh, regardless. We'll just create a template. We'll have an H1 that just says no. And let's export this or import this component into app.vue. So we're going to get rid of the hello world. Going to get rid of the Vue logo. We just want that landing component right there. We'll import landing from the components folder. And we'll bring that landing component in so we can use it. Let's get rid of all the default styles. Get rid of that. Let's delete this hello world component. Does that work? Let's try it. Vue. Oh, nice. So I think this is coming from Vtur, which is a plugin to VS Code. They changed a lot of things, and I haven't used it in a while. So that's cool. Very nice. So here we'll just add. We'll do a div. Inside the div, we have an H1 that says no. And I don't think I have any other styles. We can remove the Vue logo from this app. So let's get rid of that. And we should be good. It should just say no. No. Cool. Let's see. No unit test today. And thanks for the tip about the Vue snippet. So how accurate will your countdown be? There's sometimes an extra leap second at the end of the year. I'm just going to use the browser time. So we're going to get the current locale, and we're going to get the current time that the user is seeing in their browser. It's not New Year's Day. That's why we're saying no. No. So that works. Let's just get some basic styles. So let's give it a black background. No will be white text in the center of the screen. So that should be easy enough. So in our landing component, let's give this a class of landing. See you later, Karan, and thanks for becoming a member. And have a good night. Thanks for hanging out with us. And let's make these scoped styles. And we'll say the landing page has a width of 100% and a height of 100% and a background of black and a color of white and font family of sans serif, like that. So what I want to do is I want the parent component to also take up 100% width and height. So we'll do that in app here. So let's say app has width 100% and height 100%. And so app should be the top level element, and that's right inside the body. So we're going to make the body have a width of 100 view width and a height of 100 view height. So it'll take up the full screen, and we'll do overflow none, or overflow hidden. Overflow hidden, so that way you can't scroll. And let's remove the margin and padding on the body as well. Well, on everything. We'll say margin 0, padding 0. So that removes the default browser styles, and we can style it in our own way. All right, what do we get? Cool. So it's black screen. You can't scroll. It says no. And then let's center the text. So let's make the landing page a flexbox. We'll do justify content center and align items center. So it should be direct center. No. Cool. And I think we'll create a separate component that's called like countdown dot view, and this is the component where we'll say yes or no, and we'll have like a little clock going below it. Let's create a component here, have a parent div, we'll have like a p tag that we'll say no, and then we'll have another p tag that's gonna have the countdown in it. How many days till New Year's? 3 days left. 3 days till New Year's Day. Cool. Again, we've just hard-coded it, but that's totally fine. So now let's use that countdown component inside of this component. So let's import in the countdown from components. Oh no, just in this directory, countdown.view. Cool. And then we'll register the component. So components has countdown in it, so we can use it. Why is this complaining? Has been registered but not used. Very good. So right here is where we're going to use the countdown component. Like that. New line required at the end of the file. That's some very strict linting. That's totally fine, though. There we go. So it says no, 3 days till New Year's Day. All right. Let's catch up real quick to see if there's anything interesting happening in the chat. Ben is saying, check this tailwind. Is there like a tailwind playground? Is that what you mean? What do you mean? Where do I put that? Let me know. Why do big tech companies use Java on their backend? Ask Classic. It's been around for a very long time. And it's very enterprise friendly, I guess I would say. They have like support features, and then a lot of features are in the language itself for working with large teams and having a large code base. A lot of big tech companies use C# as well. It's for similar reasons. Yeah. Small design linked below. Oh, tailwind.run. I see. /RK8F capital LS. Oh, cool. We could give people the option of a dark or a light theme. I actually kind of like that. So small, medium, large. But that means we have to bring in Tailwind. What font are you using? Let's see. I'll use your design, but I'm gonna implement it myself with CSS instead of Tailwind. But I like it, and I like the idea of having being able to toggle a light and a dark theme. So yeah. Include normalized CSS just in case some browser messes up and destroys the effect. I guess we could. It should be fine, because the only thing that are actually going to be using styles is this. All of the mice on the page are going to be relatively positioned, so it should be fine. Should be fine. Yep, New Year's is a few days away. Different countdowns for different capital cities. All right, we'll add it to the stretch features. But it's a good idea. We could potentially add it later. So this is from Doc. And hello, Waves. Welcome. Font size. Yeah, we're going to increase it for sure. Well, I don't have a views directory because there's only one view, which is landing.view. It should be fine. I don't do... You should see some of my React projects. Like, I literally have like 200 components, and they're not all just in one folder. They're nice. They're nicely organized. Yeah, cool. I went to it. This one. If you do !keyboard, you'll get a link to the keyboard. Why is there so much hype around Tailwind? I kind of want to learn it, but it's interesting. I don't know. Also, just use this. I think that's where the inspiration for it came from. Let's see. No, 99.73% accurate. That's really good. I think we're gonna use a date library. We might not use moment, but we are gonna use a date library because dates are funky in JavaScript. I like it. Adjust the darkness according to time. I don't like that. No, because I want it to always be the dark theme for me. And thanks for the follow, Hexen Beast. Welcome. And there was a super chat? What? I did not get notified. Thank you, Cedric. Hope you had a good Christmas, bro. Thank you. I hope you had a good one as well. Mine was pretty good. It was pretty chill. Yeah, I'm gonna use date functions. That's the plan. Harks go off. Yeah, that's the plan. And there's the notification. Streamlabs is a little behind today, but thank you, Cedric. Much appreciated. Okay, let's use their design that Ben sent us. Should be pretty simple. We're gonna increase the font size. And we'll do that in the countdown. So let's say we'll give this a class of yes, no. We'll make these scope styles. And we'll say the yes, no has a font size of 2 rems. And then we'll give this a class of time left. And it will have a font size of 1 rem. 1.5 rems. Let's make this 3 rems. All right. What do we get? No. Should I make it bigger? So the cool thing about using rems is you can set the font size of the parent and it'll increase based on that. So let's say like font size is 24 pixels, and now it should be based off of that. It's not. Oh well. Let's go bigger. We're gonna do, and actually I want to do it based on the view width and height, so that way it resizes like on mobile. Let's do this. cool. And the thing is, it gets really small. Like we can set a min size, but that way it will resize. Use ems instead of rims. Oh, because well, no, I thought rims were relative to the root element though. Yeah, we're gonna add the theme. It's gonna happen, but let's get bigger. Let's go like 6 and 3. Let's go even bigger. 8 and 4. Cool. And then it'll get smaller. We'll set a minimum size because like on mobile, we don't want it to be too tiny. Yeah, it's going to be real time. You can keep it open without refreshing. I just hard-coded it for now so we can see what it looks like. Let's take a quick stretch. And then we'll say... how do you do minimum font size? Yep, Cedric. So what you're mentioning is being a YouTube member. So if you look on my YouTube channel, the fact that the text is left aligned looks awesome. Really? I was going to center it. But yeah, so if you join, there is a tier called Tractor. And at that tier, you have the perk of video chatting with me once per month for an hour. We can talk about anything. And yeah, you get to choose it. So I'll send you my schedule and dates that I'm available, and then you would get to choose it. Ah, okay, that makes sense. So for dynamic font size, we can do a calculation. So like a minimum font plus the amount that we want to increase it by. I like it. So I think I'm going to do minimum 1 rem. No, 2 rem for this and 1 rem for the other. And we might need to decrease this to like, I don't know. We'll keep it for now. Okay, so that's really big. And then we go down to mobile. Still pretty much fits. I like it. And I do actually want to center it. I'm gonna do text align center. Cool. Strong aligned text is usually better designed. Center is the default. Most people go with it. It only works with shorter text. I think this is the most we're going to get. Let's look at this design as well. So we want to have the question, is it New Year's Day? Is it New Year's Day? No. And we'll do the time left and the question with the same styles. Cool. Let's give the yes, no a little bit of margin. So pushes it out. Let's go 2. 2 rims. That looks nice. And it resizes. Woo. Let's see what it looks like on like a very small mobile device. So if we look at like an iPhone 5, pretty much fits. That's fine. I'm about it. Font size max, where there's at least 1 minimum. Oh, that's good to know. I like the calculation though. It seems to be working pretty well. All right, so we have a basic landing page, and let's just add on our to-do list dark and light theme because we definitely want to add that. Looks redundant and cluttered. All right, let's vote now in the chat. Should we show this question, is it New Year's Day, or should we just say yes or no? First 5 people to answer will decide it. Do we show this or not? We have a no. We have another no. We have another no. So I'm sorry, Ben. You have been vetoed. I appreciate your design, though. Whoa, look at all these. we went with the first 5. And hello, Limanesh. Did I miss something else that happened down here? And hello, Katoli. Welcome. Applied some styles to make it left aligned again. That's fine. All right. So if the majority of people say remove it. I think we should send that question out for a 3-month workshop process. And hello, Laminesh. Welcome. Don't even put the time, just yes or no. I like it to be a countdown, though, because that way, like, when it's like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, explosions. The website is already the question. Cool. What's up, Crit? Welcome. All right, we're going to remove it, but thank you, Ben, for the design. Much appreciated. But you have been vetoed. Yeah, it's more exciting. And we may or may not put till New Year's Day. But all right, let's get back to the what do we need to do? Dark light theme. I'm going to potentially do that later, and then I should include explosions. We're going to do it. Later on, we're going to have to set up the backend. We'll create the to-do for that. I think this is the main thing. This is the main thing we need to do. But for now, let's get a date library so that way we can actually do a countdown. And I am going to use date functions, which I prefer. Yeah, I mean, that's... You could like hide or we could have settings. All right, we'll put that a really anxiety-inducing countdown with blurry milliseconds. Bob's paradox basically says per user settings to hide show things. Cool. Just a blank page and it shows a calendar. Okay, so do they have? So I might need to use time ago, because that does give you a countdown. Let's look what Steven is sharing. Miller time. Oh, these are fireworks. Nice. Those are slick. Yeah. So date functions is really cool. I'm gonna hold on to this, Steven. We might use this. Though it might be fun to create our own fireworks. Oh, the explosion is just 1s and 0s. It could be like ASCII text. Format distance. Thank you, LOL Craftian. That's what I'm looking for. So the distance between now and then, we'll say like in about 1 hour. Less than 20 seconds. Less than 1 second. Cool, but date functions is interesting because you import individual functions, and so it can automatically be tree shaken. You don't have to import the entire library, whereas moment, moment.js.com, what is it? Yeah. Moment is an entire library with a bunch of functions, and to use it, you have to import everything. The other thing that a lot of people don't like about Moment is that they modify the date prototype, I believe, which is not ideal. The answer to that, though, is Luxon. So Luxon is from the same people that created Moment, but this is a more modern library, and instead of creating, or instead of modifying the prototype, they have new objects like date, time, and duration. So that's pretty cool. But I like date functions. Oh, that's a good plan. We're gonna do that too. So from Ben is saying detect the user, because there's actually an operating system level setting or a browser level setting that will tell you whether or not the user has dark or light theme enabled. You silly person. So we can automatically show a dark or a light theme. And I think this is the function we want, so let's use it. And we're going to install date functions in the front end. I do not have any New Year's resolutions. I usually don't do that. Moment is a project of the Linux Foundation. I did not know that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, and so the cool thing about this is... no worries, Skills. The cool thing about this is we're going to import this one individual function, like this, and the Webpack build process will automatically get rid of all the other functions because we don't need them. So let's use it here. So when the component is mounted, we'll need to calculate the date. Should we use the Vue composition API? Let me know in the chat right now. First, do you have a what is the Vue composition API? Or second, yes, we should use it, or no, we shouldn't use it. First five chats decide it. What is that? All right, so we have 2 votes for yes, 3 votes for yes, and also the question, what is it? So let's talk about it. Cool. So right now, I'm using Vue.js 2.0. What is Vue? we could start there. So Vue.js is a front-end framework for building websites. It's a progressive JavaScript framework. It's really cool. If you've ever heard of React.js, this is in the same family of things. Yeah, it's really nice, and this is my favorite library for building front-end applications. You can check out their website. They talk about why. You can look at on learning, comparing it against other frameworks, but that's basically what it is. Now, the composition API is going to be in Vue.js 3.0. So currently, Vue.js is version 2.6 something. And in version 3, they're going to have this new API called the composition API. So currently, the way you do things in Vue 2.0 is if your component needs some data, like I'm going to have some data here. Let's write it the Vue 2.0 first way. Write it the Vue 2.0 way first, and then we'll show how to do it with the composition API. We disabled the drop game for now. Yeah, I am very new to Twitch and culture and stuff like that. So I have a MacBook Pro. Yeah. So it is experimental, yeah, but the thing about it is when they release version 3.0, it's not going to be experimental anymore, and you'll be able to use it. But you can use it today with Vue version 2. So let's say on my component here, we wanted to have current time. And this will default to a new date, something like that. And if I wanted to show the current time in my component, I'm going to add some little handlebars right here, and I'll just say current time. It's going to do like the default toString. And actually, let's do this. .toLocale string. So that way it has your time zone and all of that good stuff. So we have this data here, and we're using it inside of the component. Let's see what we get. It doesn't like that I'm importing this and not using it. Cool. So we see the current time. Cool. But it is no longer 1:52 and 43 seconds. We want to see the latest time all the time. So let's do this. We can say when the component is, let's say when it's created. So this is a lifecycle hook that gets called when the component basically is added to the page, or when it's created before it's actually mounted on the page. And we can do stuff in here. And what I'm just going to do is I'm going to do a set interval. So every 500 milliseconds, we're going to update current time to be the current time. So I'm going to say current time equals that thing, new date dot toLocale string. Cool. So, oh, and I need to do this stop. And so by updating this property, the Vue sees it, and it'll automatically show the latest thing. So there we go. We have the latest time showing up on the web page. So Vue components are objects, not classes. Yeah, so they're always objects. So this is the Vue.js 2.0, 2.x way of doing things. We have our data object, we have our lifecycle hooks. With the composition API, it allows you to create small functions that can be reused in multiple components. And they have specific functions for creating reactive data like this, or for tapping into lifecycle hooks like created. So I'm going to show how we'll take this and turn it into the composition API. And let's look at this design that Robin shared. People still use Firefox. And thanks for the follow, Nesty VR. Did I get any other follows? Yeah, thanks for the follow, Brandon Meyer. Much appreciated. Yeah. All right. So you can use RxJS with Vue if you want to, but you really don't need to. Let's look at this design. Am I about to be rickrolled? Let's see. Yep, I guessed it. And the video doesn't autoplay, so it doesn't count. Cool. So that's Vue.js 2.0, but let's see how to do it with the composition API. So the composition API gives you these little functions that you can compose. So for example, if I want to create my state, I use this reactive function to create some reactive state. Taking a quick stretch. I think it's disabled in the what do you call it? iframe, the embed. Cool. So we have this function that'll create some reactive state. We have a way of accessing lifecycle hooks. So we actually import like on created if we want to do that, and we can use that. And all of our code happens inside of the setup function. So this is the Vue composition API. Let's use it and install it. Here's the API reference. I guess there's bound to be a way to install it here. Refs versus reaction, adoption strategy, summary. We did, Greg. Currently, no, it's not. But we're working on that now. How do I install it? Let's look at Vue on GitHub. Composition API. Here it is. What's up, Semi-Charge Clock? Welcome. And hello, Coon Chris. Welcome. So this is what we need. We want to install the composition API. So because we're in Vue.js version 2, the composition API is not built in yet. So we can install this package and we can start using it today. But once Vue version 3 is released, you won't have to install it separately. It's just going to work out of the box. So let's add it. Yeah. Yeah, there's quite a few people watching. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the show. All right. So we added it. Now we should be able to use it. And we can import these things in. So let's basically compare how we wrote this using the Vue 2.0 way with instead using like the composition API. So now instead of data and created, we have a single function called setup, and this is where we do all of our stuffs. And we need to do that import up here. Yeah, red is chat's coming from YouTube. So we want to create some reactive state. And we'll do this. We'll say const state equals reactive. And just like on data, where we just add the properties, we can basically do exactly the same thing. So we're going to say state current time is new date to locale string. That's how we create the state with version 2, with the new composition API. And then the key here is your setup function returns an object. And whatever is in that object will be accessible inside of the template. In this scenario, now that we have this object called state inside of the template, you have to actually say state dot whatever. I don't know if I want to do that. I want to create, and yeah, so this new API is going to be optional. That's important to note. Like when Vue.js 3.0 comes out, you can keep doing it the same way you've been doing it, or you can use this new composition API. Let me see what else we have. There's reactive. There used to be a way to just create like a single reactive value. Ref watch. Maybe that's it. It is reactive. They've changed the API quite a few times. Like if you look on my channel, I did a video about this when it was called the Vue function API. And now they renamed it to the composition API. They've actually changed it. I'm curious. Because it used to just be called, you could use just like value. Or is it ref? Is ref the thing that I'm thinking of? Yeah, it's ref. Cool. Yeah. All right. There's lots of stuff happening. I don't think I'm on the front page. I think it's the weekend. Did I do an object bond? I don't know. And hey, Jonathan, welcome. Limanish Chef. Oh, Limanish Leet is asking, what are your thoughts on the Vue mastery videos? They are popping out everywhere Vue related, but they're so bad. I think like they're very visual. So if you are a visual learner, Vue mastery is great for that because they spend a lot of time creating like custom animations that show what's happening in the code and how things link together. So I think for that it's amazing, and they have a free like intro to Vue. You can get a sample of the stuff, the kind of stuff that they do. So that is cool. So like well, I just want to show you the kinds of animations that'll happen like this. So they have these things that say like this is your template and this is how the JavaScript hooks up to it. I think that's pretty cool, and they put a lot of effort into it. So if you're a visual learner, that's great. Yeah, that's what I have to say about them. Oh yeah. So I might show up in recommended channels, but you know. Ooh, that's a nice emote. What's that? RPG shoe. Nice. What is the future of YouTube after Twitch? I think like competition drives innovation, so they're gonna keep adding new features to try to get on par with Twitch. Yeah, thank you, Limanish. Ref for simple things, reactive for objects, and so I think that's what that's what I'm going to do. So instead of making this a reactive state, let's do ref, and now instead of passing in an object, so we'll do this. We'll say current time is going to be ref with an initial value. So ref creates a single reactive value, and now our setup function can return an object that has current time on it. Cool. What's this complaining about? Expression expected. Oh, semicolon. So the new thing with the composition API is you have a setup function, it returns an object. Whatever is returned in that object, you have access to inside the component. So now that we've created this ref, we can access current time inside the component. So we still should be good to go there. I need a semicolon. Man, that linter is really really coming at it. So property or method current time is not defined on the instance but referenced during render. Did I name it the wrong thing? Current time, we're returning current time. Oh, you know what? I need to restart the build process because I installed the composition API. Rebuild. View code thing anytime soon? I'm right. What do you mean? And where are the coding garden socks? I think you can get them on Redbubble. Yeah, coding garden socks, please. Let's see. You can look at my my portfolio. Like, look at my. Well, I don't want the dashboard. How do I just show the user? Let's search for coding garden. Yeah, like if we look at this, it might be available on other products. I don't know. we should get some socks going though for sure. Yeah. All right, we need to take a longer break. I'm gonna stand up. You'll still hear my voice, but I'm gonna hide me. I didn't do it. Where's it at? That one. All right, I'm gonna do some stretches. And if you've been sitting at home, feel free to do some stretches as well. All right, we did it. Yeah, view my shop. I think you can do clothing. And oh, you can get a Coding Garden skirt if you want to. I think I can enable socks. I don't know, but I should definitely do some socks. I'm cold. I don't really. There's a lot of drama around Siraj. And hello, Astanix, welcome. I mean, I think like straight up, if you're plagiarizing people, if you have stuff that's you're claiming to be your own, that's not cool. So, yeah, that's a thing. I do avoid it though. Thank you, Semi Charge Clock. You can do exclamation mark keyboard, and it will show you the keyboard that I'm using. Do we need that? Vue.js composition API. Ah, I see. So we import it from. Oh, and we have to do the setup. Okay, so there's quite a few things I'm missing. Could you add time zone in the same way? Yep, absolutely. Hello, Kadar. Welcome. Coding Garden Emporium. We've talked about a Netflix clone. I did a style clone where I made the basic video player, which was fun. But yeah, that'd be cool. Hello, Tito. Welcome. We have a lot of unfinished projects. No pantry. Come on. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'll most likely do that tomorrow. Today I'm working on this website. Yeah. You're live. Tried to fast forward through the stretching. Thank you, Asma. I was due a few weeks back who was talking about being a construction. Oh, okay. Are you still coding though? Let me know. Yeah. So we do need to set this up. So we need to copy this. The documentation that I was looking at are like the official docs when it's actually in there. So we still need some setup. So in our main.js, we need to bring in this, and then we need to use it so it knows about it. So we'll say view.use, pass that in. And then when we're importing the things, we need to import them from @view/composition API. Instead of just importing them directly from Vue. So right here, I was importing ref from Vue. I need to import it from @view/composition API. And then we'll start it back up. See what happens. Is there any difference between changing the title element in document.title? I think they do the same thing. I see. There we go. So that works. So we now have the current date. But now, again, if we want to update this thing, it's slightly different. So we're now going to import created, because when, well, it's called onCreated. Because when the component is created is when we want to start changing the current time value. So we'll say onCreated, we pass it a function, and that's where we can do this, which is how we're doing it in the old way. But instead of using this, we just directly modify current time. And because we're using ref, we have to actually modify current time.value, which is a little bit more cumbersome, but basically current time is an object wrapper that can detect when things are changed, especially for like a string, because otherwise like strings are immutable, so you couldn't really have a reactive string. But if you have a reactive object wrapper, you can detect if it changes. So we have to overwrite value. The component still just uses current time, but we are overwriting value, and we should be good, or not. Property or method current time is defined on the instance, but not referenced during render. Let's look at the docs. What do we do for onCreated? OnMounted? Maybe onCreated is not a thing. Let's see. Lifecycle hooks. It was removed. Very interesting. Okay, so we have to use onMounted instead. Cool. But yeah, any other lifecycle hook we could import from here, like on before mount, before update, updated, before unmount, all that good stuff. Oh, so they're saying if you wanted to do it on created, you just do it in the setup directly. I see. So, I mean, technically that means we can just do this. We'll do a set interval. Every 500 milliseconds, we're going to update that value with the current time. Yeah. And yeah, we're going to do a 24-hour clock for sure. So we're going to use this date functions library, which should take into account the user's time zone and whether or not they prefer a 24-hour clock. But yeah. Hello, once lived. Hello, Alexander. Thanks for dropping by. Sometimes I feel too dumb for coding. You just gotta stick at it is the main thing. Like everyone, like I feel dumb sometimes. Like I get frustrated, but it's really just a part of it. Hey Josh, yeah, I'm having a good day. And this should do it. Does it work? Well, let's move this over here. Yeah, it works. Make sure the no errors. Cool. So, no, I'm not going to do a 24-hour stream. We're going to use a 24-hour clock. Cool. So all of that to say, we're using the composition API now, which is weird and interesting like this. So let's look at date functions. What did I just close? Oh, that's fine. Let's look at date functions because we want to create a new date that is January 1st of the next year that's not the current date. So it's not really format. We can look at the constructor, like from Unix timestamp. I don't think I want that. Let's look at the main docs. Getting started. Okay, so this is what we want. So we, well, we don't really want a format. We could just create a general JavaScript date. I think that's what we'll do. Yeah, so I think that's what we have to do. So let's do this. We'll have like a variable for New Year's Day. That's going to be a new date of 1/1, and then the year is going to be the current year plus 1. So let's say today is a new date. We should be able to say today.year or get full year plus 1. Cool. So if we log today and New Year's Day, my autocomplete isn't working. But if we log those two, we should see December 28th and we should see January 1st. So we see December 28th and then we see Saturday, February 1st. Oh. This, the month. Wait, what? Do I have to do 0 for the month? Weird. I was watching Instafluff. Yeah, it's 0 based, but I was watching Instafluff do a stream, and when he created a date, it was 1 based. Maybe it's because he was using Moment. But yeah, so when you create a new date, the month is 0 based. Yeah. Dates are wonderful. And that's really just based on like JavaScript here. Cool. So we have today and we have New Year's Day. So we're going to do format distance. Yeah, Instafluff. We do format distance and pass in those two values. So we'll say format distance. We want the from date, which is today and New Year's Day. And we'll put those variables up at the top. And then we do it again. Here. 3 days. Yeah, Instafluff streams are great. /instafluff. He streams every Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but I believe he is going to be doing a New Year's Eve stream, so definitely check him out. I probably won't be streaming on New Year's Eve. I'm going to a party. I think Estyanix asks, what are my plans? Somewhere. I think you did, but my plans for New Year's is my friends are having a get-together, so that's what I'm going to do for New Year's. Is it zero-based? It is. Oh, that's a good call, Josh. Yeah, so for anyone feeling like coding is hard or this is not for me, he did a really good video, and like right at the top of the video he put like the top questions that people always are basically asking on comments or videos, and which basically means that they're having imposter syndrome. And it's not maybe the top ones that were comments, but it's questions that he would ask. Well, yeah, I'll share that link to that video. Imposter syndrome. So if you're feeling demotivated, if you're feeling like coding isn't for you, you're probably experiencing imposter syndrome. So check it out. Dates are wonderful. Why do I do it on current time? So this is a reactive value that we're constantly updating, and we're looking at it in the UI. So basically, and really we could do it every second. We'll say this till New Year's Day. And it's not changing, but when we get closer to New Year's Day, it will change. Let's do this. So let's pretend that New Year's Day is tomorrow. So let's do this. For testing. Get the date of the month +1. So if we say that New Year's Day is tomorrow, it says about 10 hours until New Year's Day. Cool. What if we are like an hour away from New Year's Day? You can do year, month, day, hours. Yeah, hours. What went wrong? Line exceeds max line length of 100. There we go. One day till New... Wait. Oh, because no, let's not do day +1. Let's just do hours. 42 minutes till New Year's Day. Okay. What will happen if it's the same hours? Get minutes +1. So if New Year's Day is 1 minute away, 1 minute till New Year's Day, will it start counting down? What if it's the same minutes? Get seconds +10. Well, let's do +30. Less than a minute till New Year's Day. Interesting. And Dragomir. Hello, Dragomir. It's been a while. Just saw this today regarding the date in JavaScript. Let's look at it. Oh, yeah. So the month is 0 indexed. Everything else is 1 indexed. That's very true. Yeah, I turn the drop off while I'm coding. My laptop is 1920 by 1080. Coding is for everyone. Hello, Eamon. For sure. Is this another date example? The thing is, I might use the time ago library. Yeah, there it is. I might use time ago because this what was this called? Format distance isn't as granular as I would like it to be. Like you can see in my chat overlay here how this says like 25 seconds ago, 27 seconds ago. Though it's actually time until and not time ago. Distance to now. Oh, that's pretty convenient. And what are the options? Include seconds. Ah, I like that. Distance less than a minute or more detailed. Let's try it. Format distance to now. And we'll just pass in New Year's Day. And we want to say include seconds is true. So it should be more granular. All right, let's see what we get. Format distance is defined but never used. The linting is too strict. I could turn it off, but half a minute till New Year's Day. Will it do seconds? We'll see. It's still better without till New Year's Day. Okay. Oh, it is saying less than 20 seconds. That's cool. Is it somewhat reasonable to expect that a lot of jobs in the future will have baseline coding knowledge as a requirement? I think so. Though, I mean, what we could do is when the distance is like 30 seconds, we actually just do a real countdown instead of full. And now it's actually counting up because we're past the date that we specified. Yeah. Linters. Well, no, we need to have some logic in there because we're setting New Year's Day as well, we were gonna say it's what we're gonna do is we're gonna say just year plus 1. So when New Year's Day happens, we need to update it and say that it's the next New Year. Well, when it's no longer New Year's Day, then we show it's the next New Year's. And hello, Majestic Eye, welcome. Yeah, so I mean the default resolution is like 1920 by 1200 or something like that. And OBS will downscale it to 1080. Oh, thanks, Ben Aaron Dahmer, welcome. Conrad's cousin. Is there a translation for message in the library you're using for the chat? No. Format distance, new date, add suffix true, include seconds true. Let's try that. Happy New Year, Osmo. Does it take into account leap years or leap seconds? I'm sure it should. This is a very popular date formatting library, so I think it should. Okay, I think we can do that. So we'll say less than 20 seconds, and then we'll say Happy New Year. Yeah, that's it. You got it, Kun Chris. Well, no, my resolution can go like way higher than that, but that's usually what I run it at is like close to. Happy New Year! Well, this library should cover daylight savings. Cool. Okay, so we at least get an idea of what's happening here. And if we actually use New Year's Day, the real New Year's Day, it should say in 3 days. And thanks for the follow, Bino. But what we can do is of this topic, is that what that is? I don't click suspicious links, but appreciate it. And let's store these settings in a reusable object. We'll just say format options. And we'll put that in a object up here. And we'll pass it in both times. Click it. I'm not gonna do that. It's a rickroll. The thing is, like, to really get me with a rickroll, you probably have had to have tuned into the stream for a while, because I'm more likely to trust your link. An IP logging service. Cool. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Let's get the yes no portion working. We'll have like is New Year's Day. And now we need another ref. Say const is New Year's Day is a ref that defaults to no. And then we're going to return is New Year's Day in our setup function here. And so now we get the value no from the data. Cool. What we can do is every time we update the date, we need to determine if it is New Year's Day. Cool. So let's do this. So we have New Year's Day. And we'll say if now is greater than or equal to New Year's Day, then is New Year's Day is yes. And we'll do a dot value. And we're just going to put now equals a new date. Which is right now. Technically, we could do like date.now, which gives us a Unix timestamp, and then we could say New Year's Day.get Unix timestamp, but this comparison here automatically converts them both to numbers, so that should work. So if we say that New Year's Day is in 30 seconds, let's even change it. Let's do like New Year's Day is going to be in 10 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes. Thanks for the IP addresses, Avenir. What are we going to do with them? I don't know. What? Cool. So it's, yes, it is New Year's, less than 20 seconds ago. So that works. It works, right? What do you all think? Should we change this in any way? Like, it's pretty good. Do we leave this text? Oh, you're right. Well, no, it's not going to change to less than 365 days until it's the day after New Year's Day. If you go to it on the 1st of January, it's just going to say yes. Because if now is greater than or equal to New Year's Day, then the value is yes. Well, I want to make it so if it's the day after New Year's Day, then it says 364 days till New Year's Day. That's what we're going to do. What? What are you guys doing? Come on. I'm using a VPN. Calm down. Nice. That's your local IP. It's been New Year's for 2 minutes. Yeah, we could do that. Make this a template string. That. And then for the format options, we actually won't pass in anything. in less than 5 seconds. Yes. It's been New Year's for less than a minute. That's pretty good. And thanks for the follow, Nina Actorinata. Welcome. Keep it the whole month of January, New Year. I'm just going to do it for New Year's Day. It's never New Year's Day. It always gives you the time to the next one. What? Let me show you. So let's say that New Year's Day was yesterday. So I'm going to do get date -1. If we do that, so yes, it's been New Year's for 1 day. But if I do like -2, it'll say it's been New Year's for 2 days. But what I want to do is if it's greater than 1 day, then it'll say no, and it'll show you. It's not a Rickroll. What is this? Set a background video cover when it's New Year's. We were thinking of doing like some actual fireworks, like this, and we could even have it so that people that are on the website can issue a command and it sends a firework, that kind of thing. Oh, I mean, I guess it'd be cool for a background video. I like it. If it's New Year's Day, there we go. And that's what we're about to do, basically. If it's, yeah. A heck of a Rickroll. All right. Can you link the, what is that? Let me know what that is. Oh, the fireworks. Yeah, yeah. The what? Do you want the... Oh, no, you want the... this thing. This was linked by Ben earlier. Fireworks simulator. There you go. Sorry. Thank you, Meister. Much appreciated. And thanks for the follow, the YouTube sub, Luda. Oh, I guess it was Stephen. I'm sorry. Instantaneous picoseconds, and then it immediately says no. Okay, let's fix this. So New Year's Day is 2 days ago. No worries, this day, Nix. I didn't understand what it was initially. Okay, New Year's Day was 2 days ago, and we can say, let's also say that the default value is loading. Cool. Why use yes and no and not a true or false? Because that's the actual text that we're displaying here. We could do a true or false, and then in our template we could use like a VF and a VElse, but I'm okay with just setting it to yes or no. Maybe. Maybe it's New Year's. All right, here's what we need to do. So we'll do New Year's Day. And then we'll say day after New Year's. So the day after New Year's was 1 day ago. And we'll say if now is greater than or equal to the day after New Year's, we'll say is New Year's Day is no. If now is less than New Year's Day, or now is greater than or equal to the day after New Year's. The value is no. And we'll do this. But really, if now is greater than or equal to the day after New Year's, Wait, I don't know. That should work. The day after New Year. Oh, because we're saying now here. Right? Ah, yes. I thought I did that. No. So New Year's was 2 days ago. And the thing is, this will only need to happen if they keep the page open for 24 hours. Because if they come to the site on New Year's Day... Wait. Time is a human construct. Thanks for the Twitch follow, Hackerman. Welcome. Possibly? I want to be precise. Ah. Yeah, I like that. So this is super basic. What we're about to do is create a backend where anybody that goes to the website will show a flag for what country they're in, and you can see their mouse moving around on the page. And I like that. So let's say if it is New Year's for that user, when they click, it shows a firework. I like that. Users can vote on whether it's New Year's, and the site displays the average. That's funny. We're using the Gregorian calendar, yeah. Line 31 is wrong. Oh. This should be New Year's Day. Wait, no. I'm just testing this right now. So I'm basically saying that... oh, you're right. This should be 1 and this should be 2. Right? Thanks for the follow, Jaren Stripstein. Welcome. Yeah. Well, the thing is, this is just for testing. When we actually deploy the site, New Year's Day is today.getFullYear +1. This is actually where we'll need a conditional check. We'll say, if the current day is New Year's Day, then that's fine. But if the current day... We basically need to do a check here, because on New Year's Day, I wanted to just say yes all day. And ATD has become a YouTube member! Thank you so much! Where are we? Let's show things. Thank you! Who's a new fertilizer? Very good. Alright, shout out to all my YouTube members. Let's see them on the screen now. Wait, no, not that. That's the drop game. Let's let it happen. Look at all the drops. Nice. There's a couple that are landing. Cool. Here comes Waves. Here comes all the people doing the drops. All right, I'll enable that. But these are all the YouTube members that have are supporting Coding Garden. Much appreciated. Here they come. It should be, anyways. There they are. Yeah, no worries, ATD. Much appreciated. There's your name right there, Fertilizer. Very cool. In a second, when I take a break, we'll show all the patrons as well. All right. And the drop game is gone. All right. Is it New Year? True. That has kind of lost its steam, mainly because I haven't really been able to moderate things, but eventually we definitely want to get it going again. 931 should be plus? Yeah, I'm live on Twitch and YouTube. Yeah. You're absolutely right, Doc. But I'm not going to do that. Hello, Katoli. Welcome back. Is it New Year now? No. And hello, Yandi. Welcome. Remind me to merge your pull request when I go on break, because I will enable the drop game while I'm gone. Yeah, I'm going to keep the drop game, the tree drop game, till New Year's for sure. If New Year's is today.getDate -1, wouldn't day after New Year's be today.getDate not today.getDate. We'll fix that. And that really, those are just for testing. Until at least February, yeah. Okay. Basically, for testing, I'm saying New Year's Day was yesterday, and the day after New Year's is... Well, let's do this for testing. Let's say it is the day after New Year's. Yeah, so it should say no. And instead of saying 1 day ago, it should say up until. The day after yesterday is today. It's very true. It's very true. Is same day, add days, cool. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do is same day, because that'll let us know whether or not it is New Year's Day. Cool, I like it. So we will say, if is same day, now and New Year's Day, then we do this. Else, we just show no. Cool. But here's the thing. I want to check, and this will work for the super important edge case of the user keeping the page open for 2 full years. No, it will not. Because basically what we need logic that determines if today is New Year's Day, then actually we need to check if today is January 1st, then it's going to say yes all day. But if today is not January 1st, then it needs to be the next year. Yeah. Okay. This shouldn't be that hard. We should be working on the back end by now. But let's do this. So we have New Year's Day, but we're doing get full year plus 1. Let's do this. Is New Year's Day. Today is equal to a new date with today.getYear, get full year, 0 and 1. So that way we set New Year. If today is that, then New Year's Day is today. That's what we'll do. Cool. Else, we set it to be next year. So that way, wait, are we using is New Year's Day? Oh, I see. Now it's a Boolean. We could do this. I like it. We're gonna make it a Boolean and we're gonna reset it every time. No, that's the wrong thing. Line 30. New Year's Day is supposed to just be an object. What's this complaining about? It's already been declared? Oh. Okay. Yes, you're right. Ultimately, when we're not testing, this is what we're going to do. So is New Year's Day dot value. If that's true, then no, really, sorry. And we want to reuse our is same day function, not this equals. Today and the same year with January 1st. Okay, we're getting there. It's getting tricky, but is New Year's Day is whether or not today is the same as January 1st. Cool. And we could basically calculate that every time. Cool. So if it is New Year's Day, then New Year's Day is set to today. If it's not, then it's set to a year from now. Both true? What? 44 and 47. Oh, no. We need to fix that. We definitely need to fix that. But so it's not just if it's January 1st. Basically, what I'm coding right now is if the person leaves the page open and it becomes January 2nd, we want to say the number of days until next New Year's. So I think ultimately, I think I just want to do this over. I want to do this over and over again in my set interval. And then we don't really need today anymore because we're doing now. We are showing that right now. Yeah, I'll show you in a second. So we get the current time. And I think this makes sense to just do it over and over again. We'll use that for testing in a second. So we get the current time. We check to see if now is the same as January 1st, and that makes is same day true. And actually, we do need to do this. We need to do this. Okay. Wait. We're checking twice a second, yeah. How did this get so complicated? Mainly because I'm worried about the day after New Year's. That's all. And it's New Year's Day if we get the current year. Yeah, so that should be fine. So then we need to reset is New Year's Day every time. So is New Year's Day dot is going to be this. The same day with now and that. Okay. Then if it's true, then New Year's Day, which will default to, so we need to set a default New Year's Day. The default is going to be +1. This becomes a let. Job security for sure. So, is New Year's Day dot value is going to be and if it is New Year's Day, then New Year's Day is today, right now. But if it's not New Year's Day, then New Year's Day is a year from now. And this is really all we need to check. And so if it's true, we do this. It's been New Year's for that. And if it's not, then we'll say the time until New Year's Day. Okay. Yeah, January 1st, just post a maintenance notice. Yeah, don't worry. It's fine. We're good. I think we should be working. So right now it should say no, and it should say 3 days till New Year's. Yeah, false. False. Let's fix that. So because I changed that to a Boolean, we'll do v-if true. No, v-if is New Year's Day. Then we'll say yes. V-else, no. So this is using the time zone in the browser. So this is using the time zone in the user's browser. So whatever they have the time to set on their computer, that's what it's going to be using. Cool. However, we're using Vue.js. So in Vue.js, v-if is a directive where if this evaluates to true, it will show this, and if it doesn't, it will show this element. So yeah. I really don't care that much, Doc. if it's yeah, so you know what? We're gonna leave the code as is. Vue seems sloppy? No. No way. Vue's great. I think I'm gonna create one more ref, like a ready. False. So ready defaults to false, and then the moment this set interval starts happening, ready is true. So we only want to show, why is this complaining? Oh. We only want to show this yes-no portion if we're ready, because I don't want it to default to no. So it should say loading, and then it pops up no in 3 days. Cool. That's great. I'm not going to do any testing. I'm going to push this code up, but and it's been New Year's Day for. Here we go. See you later, Deep Sense. Thanks for hanging out with us. But if I've done this correctly, what should happen is on New Year's Day, it's going to say it's New Year's all day long. And it'll say it has been New Year's for 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, 23 hours. And then when it becomes January 2nd, oh, I guess I could change my clock. That might mess up some other things, though. But then when it becomes January 2nd, it's going to say time until New Year's is 364 days. That's the plan. All right, let's check this out, LOL Craftian. So, I still think is New Year's Day is going to fail since you set new to a new date and then compare it to the new date later. So the millisecond comparison could fail. Oh, well, is same day is built into date functions, and it doesn't care about seconds or minutes. It just looks in to see if they have the same day. If they're the same year, month, and day, without minutes and seconds. I think that's what you're getting at. So it could be like 500 milliseconds where it's not actually New Year's, but it says it's not, and then when it is, it is. Is that what you mean? Cool. Yeah, and I think before I take a break, we'll try to test it. And then if it works, when we come back, we're going to add the real-time feature so we can see people's mice on the page and stuff like that. All right. Date and time. Let's fix it. Hide my screen for a second. Look at all the drops. All right. I have other things running on port 8080. That's why it's 8081. So I'm not going to set the time automatically. Today is December 31st at 11:58:06 p.m. Here we go. Look at that. That updated instantly. So in 2 minutes, it's going to be New Year's. Let's get ready to count down. My background is actually blue. That's why I can use a green chair. We're going to do explosions. You're teaching us to never test your code and it will always work flawlessly. Yeah, so if your computer has the wrong date, SSL sites will not work. So I need to change it back. Oh, yeah, the date on here is changing too. That's so funny. A good analogy for the Y2K bug? Yeah. Yeah, so all of your messages happened 3 days ago. I don't know why we're waiting, but it's going to happen in 40 seconds, basically. Half a minute. Yeah, I'm in the future! And this should work. And I think it's going to show seconds. Alright, nothing's broken. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1-ish. Yes! It's been New Year's Day for less than a minute. Cool. So, now what we'll do is we're going to set it to January 1st at 11:59 p.m. And yeah, 58. And it should say it's been New Year's for about 24 hours. And then when it becomes January 2nd, it should say 364 days till New Year's. No, it's a 500 millisecond interval, not a 5-second interval. It's so interesting that my browser instantly has the latest time. I don't even have to refresh the page. That's funny. Yeah, I have 4 days of stream lag, basically. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Fail. So this is where it's messed up. Oh, no. I have another minute to go. January 1st, 23:59. Okay, so when it's January 2nd, I want to see it say no. That's what we've been testing. Yeah. So, yeah, my message just happened 4 days ago. All right, so in 30 seconds, it should say, no, New Year's Day is in 300... Wait, what? Oh, it's been New Year's Day for 1 day. And then it should say, no, New Year's in 364 days or 365 days. Here it comes. 12 seconds? 10 seconds? Beautiful. We've done it. And if I refresh the page, it should be totally fine too. All right. I'd call that a win. I'd call that a win. All right, we should have the right time now. There we go. Perfectly tested software. All right. Wait. It's 11 minutes? No, no. I literally set my clock to be January 1st. 11 months and 29 days. It doesn't do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It just says in X number of seconds. We're going to add all of that after the break. Let me deploy this site. So now, when you go to isitnewyearsday.com, you're going to see this site that I've been building. Let's fix a few things. Let's do this. Let's say document.title equals current time.value. Yeah, so now it actually says in 3 days up at the top. And let's also change the title of the page itself instead of client. Oh, no, sorry. Should default to loading. Oh, yeah, thanks for the reminder, Doc. I'll do that. And we need a favicon. I'm gonna go to the emoji favicon generator thing. This thing. We'll use the firework emoji for the favicon. Fireworks or sparkler? Let's go with fireworks. Just a second. Oh, YouTube chat stopped working? Probably because the date changed. Let's see what happened. Oh yeah, because it couldn't request an HTTPS an HTTPS address. Here we go. Oh, I like that. Doing maybe instead of loading. I like it. Is it New Year's Day? Maybe. Oh, I like that too on the countdown. It should default to maybe instead of loading. Maybe and then no. And then if it is, when it is New Year's, we're just going to say yes. Cool. My share mouse stopped working. Oh, the maybe? Okay, well, there's a lot of chats happening. I can't see everything. This is funny, though, so watch it when it loads. Maybe? No. All right. Let me download this. Date modified? Coding garden. Is it New Year's Day? Client, public directory. Let's put it there. Extract. Cool. Let's delete that. Put all those in the public folder. Move. Replace the favicon IO. You can put the site manifest in there. Cool. So we have the fireworks emoji, and now if we go to /favicon.icon, cool. Cool. Is it a puppy? Is it a New Year's puppy? Hey. Hey. Come on, Katoli. You're in cahoots. You're in cahoots. All right. Yeah, let me deploy it. And then I'm going to take a break. Oh, yeah, and we're going to pull down the latest Christmas drop changes that that doc made. All right, new repo. Is it New Year's Day? Let's do this much. Yeah, it was teamwork. Yeah, but you're in cahoots. .com? Nah, I'm okay without the .com. Cool. I'm just gonna add a package JSON at the top level, mainly so that it says the license is MIT, and that'll show up in there. Cool. A site that tells you if it is New Year's Day or not. Let's get an init. Let's git add all it. Looks good to me. Not that. That. Can I have a beer now? Oh, we could do that. Right now it's just gonna be, is it New Year's Day? But the longest emoji name, well, is Tada. Wait, what? Cahoots? That just means like they're working together to make it happen. Cool. So it's on GitHub. Let me deploy it to my server, and you can all test it out. Cool. Oh, gotta install dependencies. Oh, I don't have Node on this server. That's fine. We'll get it. Trying to rickroll you? No. I am not. Yeah, I need to install Node on this computer or on this server. There we go. There you go. 12 is the That's funny. So my site is actually going to be it's going to be JavaScript based now though. I could detect if JavaScript isn't enabled. Part of it could be a server side rendered, but yeah, it's not actually going to work. Curl support. We'll add that to the stretch features. Hmm. Let's build it. Cool. I'm going to dist. I actually want to remove the map files. Cool. And then this needs to be where the server, or where the client lives. So I'm gonna modify my Nginx config. So the root is now here. It's hosted on a AWS Lightsail server. I have Nginx running on it. Yeah. Oops. Save it. Let's reload my Nginx config. And we can all test it out. So go to isitnewyearsday.com. Maybe? No. It was way zoomed in. There we go. It works. Sweet. All right, last thing I need to do before I take a break is get the latest drop game code. Docker would be my best friend right now. I mean, I could put the backend in a Docker container, but it's going to be really easy. It's going to be really easy to set up the backend because I already have an Nginx config that does like reverse proxying. Yep, it should say in 3 days in the title. That's how I set it up. All right, let's check out the Christmas drop because Doc made a pull request. I could do, so it says yes on New Year's Day. Let's see. Reduce the vertical floating speed limit and removed horizontal air resistance. Drop should be a bit more floaty. I have tested it at 1080p. Cool. So the backend is going to make it so that when anybody that's on this web page, we're going to see a mouse moving. The mouse will be their country flag. And if it's New Year's for that person, whenever they click, they can create fireworks. We'll also figure out other fun things to do, like if you open up the console and issue a command, it'll do a firework. There might be a way of messaging. We're basically going to make it so that anybody that's on this website can like communicate with each other. Yeah, he did that, and I'll allow it because there's just one of them. We have to figure that out. So while I'm away, if anybody wants to do some research on potentially like country name to emoji flag, we might just use emojis because I think all the countries are represented in a flag. What if we set the date to a fake New Year's date? That's fine. It's all based on the client. That's fine with me. I don't want to do like it's all client based. This is the honor system. He rickrolled me earlier when I merged the changes. Yeah, I need to edit that IP. Cool. So, 100 drops incoming. I think he changed it to just one rickroll, I believe. Yeah, should be fine. Just do that real quick. Try again. What if the flag doesn't represent us? It's going to be based on your IP address, so that's the plan. So yeah, we're going to need some way, and I think JavaScript has like get locale, and that gives you like a country name of the user. Intel? Isn't Intel a thing? Dot get canonical locales. Oh yeah, we'll use the browser locale, not their IP address. Hello, Wasabi Cheetah. I do give free debugs. Not all the time, because sometimes I'm working on other things, but yeah. JavaScript get locale. How do we do that? Navigator.language. Yeah. So if we get a list of all possible languages and their corresponding flag, that's what we're going to do when we come back. So I'll be back. I'm going to take a 15-minute break because I've been streaming for a while. But when we come back, we're going to make this page real time. Everybody that's on the site, you'll be able to see each other's mice. It's going to be real fun. So... I will be back in 15. Stay tuned. Only allow German, English, and English. All right, see you soon. Hello, friends. I'm back. Um, yeah, I think the messages stopped working for a few minutes, but we're back. We are back. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see if I missed anything while I was away. Thanks for the Twitch follow, Robin. Welcome. The snowflake that shot up is bugging me. Is it still being rendered off screen? I don't know what we're talking about. I see. Navigator.geolocation, yeah, that'll get their location. That could potentially get their IP address if they allow it. I don't think I'm going to require that. I think we will just do navigator dot. Wait, what did we use? There's like language. Yeah, navigator.language. I think is what we're going to use. Thanks for the YouTube sub, Gabriel. Present under the tree. Great job. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do geolocation because a lot of people don't like to give their location information away, so I'm not going to do that. Oh yeah, we need to do dark and light theme for sure. However, I think I'm going to get started on the back end because we haven't started that yet. Yeah. We're here. We're back. Flag emoji support isn't there? Really? Let's try it. USA. Oh, well, I'm using Tweemoji. So yeah, that seems to work. We might actually just use Tweemoji. And thank you, Niraj. There's a Twitch. Oh, the snowflake that shot off screen, I see. And thanks for the Twitch follow, Ghost House. Welcome. Language does not equal flag and does not equal country. Oh, so my app works on Linux just fine, this one? That's good. All right, we're going to hide the drop game. And now we need to figure out... Okay, no worries. Wait, from the first attempt? What do you mean, Ozma? I don't know your other message. Look at my drop, though. Where did I land? Oh! America! That's funny. Okay, cool. So I think we'll use Tweemoji. Let's say JavaScript get user country. Let's see if anybody's done anything like that. I don't really want to use geolocation. We could, I mean, technically, if we use this IP info service, which I think is free, then let's see. Let's look at pricing. Yeah, geolocation does not equal IP address. Like me, like I'm not in Chicago, but this thinks I'm in Chicago. Let's see. Get the visiting user's country. There might be like a library we can use or something like that. What is this using? Geo plugin and passes their IP. Geoplugin.net. This is from 2013. Oh, is that the one you linked, Chris? Chris? Let's see. Wait, is that the one that I'm on right now? Yeah, it's this one. Cool. Let's see. IP data is free. Geonames.org? No, thank you. All right, let's try. What is this website even? Yeah, it's an ad of sorts. I don't know. My browser's blocking it anyways. I don't like that. Let's do this. If we can get a list of all possible navigator.language, we can create our own like list of country to flag. Yeah, we can get their IP address, but I don't think I want to, is the thing. We're just going to use the browser information. Cool. And hello, Linus Dev. Welcome. Yeah, you can definitely get their client IP from Express, but I don't think we will. I'm not using Brave, no. Can we look at how the other site did it? We can try. Is it Christmas? GitHub/isitChristmas. Let's see. So they have our public emojis. Oh, wow. They have all possible emojis in there. And if we look at countries, they have all the... Yeah, we can pull these for sure. And we'll just have to match the country. Yeah, so that's the US. Let's see how they used it. Christmas.js. Oh, and this does localization. So depending on the country you're in, it says yes, oui, yeah, si. That's actually pretty cool. And let's see how they're getting the country code. That's actually really great. We'll use this, but we'll give them credit. Let's see where they're getting access to this object. Yeah, a lot of manual labor for sure. And I think that's the way to go, because there's, especially to not use like a geolocation service or something like that. Yeah, so that's like yes and no. Countries. I'm curious where they use that, the countries folder. Let's look at the browser. Or pretty terrible Googlers. Navigator.app version, okay. So that detects what browser they're using. That's interesting. This calls the API. When they arrive, we connect to the backend socket. Get country. So, yeah, someone shared this earlier, Linus. Basically, you just show no, because there's a 96% chance that that's the answer. Yeah. Where do they get the country code is what I'm looking for. Make ghost. Debug. There's a lot of code going on here. I feel like we can do it with less. Oh yeah, and I'm eating lunch because I'm hungry. Where is it used in the code, though? Oh, it might be accept language. Is that being sent, like, automatically by the browser? Let's see. These are the request letters. So we have accept, accept language. Yeah. I think it's the accept language of the browser instead of navigator.language, which is totally fine. But I'm curious, like, how do they parse this? Language does not equal country. That's true. No worries. ASMR garden. It doesn't mean country, but I think we're going to assume that because we don't really know. We don't have a better way of doing it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious though. Let's check it out. Thank you, Silvano. Find country. Oh, this is backend code. I see. And then they do a GeoIP lookup. Ah. GeoIP Lite. Let's see what this is using. Weird. Does this have yeah, so we might do that. I'm curious if this package just has basically things like hard-coded, so it has a built-in library of IP addresses. GeoIP country data. Yeah, this is a 3 megabyte file. Wow, I like that. We're gonna go with their approach. So it uses this package, which under the hood has yeah, it's using the MaxMind database. Okay, I think we'll go that route. Regardless, we have to actually set up the backend, so let's get that going. But I think we've done our research. We know kind of what we need to do. Yeah, so the IP address is already coming to me on the backend, and we can get access to that. And speaking of, I actually created a privacy policy. And part of that, it says log files. Coding Garden follows a standard procedure of using log files. These files log visitors when they visit websites. All hosting companies do this, and a part of the hosting services analytics. The information collected by log files include internet protocol address, browser type. Everything is, I don't really keep this, but yeah, check out the Coding Garden privacy policy. I had to create this to get approved for a Google OAuth screen that I was configuring. But yeah. Exactly. It has to happen. That's how the internet works. All right. Let's get a backend going. Who is we and how can I apply? I just used a privacy policy generator, so it used that terminology, and so that's totally fine. All right. I'm gonna use create express API. We're gonna call this server. Hello, Opti. Welcome. Yeah, so I think GDPR might have a little bit more to it, but yeah, you need that kind of stuff for it. Cool. Hello, Ultra Dope. Things are good. I'm eating lunch, writing codes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that module uses the Maxmind database. All right, so you didn't see me do this, but I just removed the tests. This gave us a basic API. Should be able to do npm run dev. We can't listen on port 5000, so let's listen on a different port. Oh yeah, and the port is 2020, because it's going to be the year 2020. Cool. So we have ourselves an API. We're going to use socket.io, and we'll just start coding. We'll figure it out as we go along, but we are going to use socket.io. Let's see how we get this set up. Get started. So we need it on the back end. Socket.io. So socket.io is a wrapper around WebSockets, and it adds some things if a user's browser doesn't support WebSockets, so it's nice. They have like a uniform API, and they have modules for both the backend and the front end, instead of having to like implement raw WebSockets from scratch. Yeah. Cool. Cool. All right, we have socket.io. Now we need to set it up. It's going to be something like this. So in here, we're requiring the app in, but I'll do something like this. We'll create a server by requiring in... No, let's bring in HTTP. And then we'll say server is http.createaserver with the app. We'll have our IO that we're going to create. I don't like that they're doing all this stuff in line. I like creating variables like this. So bring in socket.io. We'll have IO. And here we want to do server.listen instead of app.listen. So that's going to listen on that port. So I've never done it from scratch on Stream. I've done it like in projects before, but with Feathers.js, it's using socket.io under the hood if you enable it, and it does implement authentication. So that's the thing. And thanks for the follow, DRM LOL. Welcome. Okay, so we don't want to do this right here. What we want to do, and is that what we want? No, we want to pass in the server, not the HTTP. Because we say http.createServer, which returns a server, and then we pass that in. I disagree with their documentation entirely. But we're going to do this. Let's create a new file that's just called like sockets.js. And this will export a function that takes in the server so that it can listen. Something like this. Like that. And then we can not bring socket.io in here. Bring it in here. And in our index, we'll bring in that function and invoke it with the server. So we'll just say sockets with the server. And that should get socket.io going. Do you typically proxy socket.io through Nginx as well? Yeah, so all of this is contained in the same backend server. Like, it'll have some HTTP endpoints as well, but all of that gets proxied to the same Node.js application. Yeah. Yeah, this app will have no authentication. Basically, any sockets that connect are connected, but yeah. Hello, Gelator. I don't really use TypeScript. I use some TypeScript at work where we have some React TypeScript projects, but I prefer not to use it. And thanks for the follow, Kyle Cucumber. Welcome, or Kyle Cumber, sorry, not Cucumber. And thanks for the follow, God Greeny. Welcome. Yeah, TypeScript's not forbidden. I just don't prefer it. Okay, so now when we have a connection, we'll say a user connected. Great. And we're just gonna do that right here. And we'll log that socket info. Awesome. So this is our backend. It does have some API endpoints. We have like emojis. Honestly, I'm gonna get rid of that for now. We can add, I don't know if we're even gonna need like RESTful endpoints, but if we do, we'll add them. And let's see if this works. So this is our backend. It's just listening for socket connections, and when a user connects, we'll log that socket. Dragonmare is asking, would I need some sort of rate limiter to prevent flood attacks, or is it not needed with the sockets? I'm not going to worry about it. So like I have a dedicated server. This isn't the same server I'm using for any other deployments. And Nginx plus a Node app can handle several thousand simultaneous requests. So I'm not worried about it. I'm not challenging anyone to do it. I'm just not worried about it, is what I'm saying. God Greeny says, no problem. Usually a lurker. May pop in from time to time for some knowledge. Still trying to switch from Java to OOP mindset to the wild, wild west side. Yeah. So, I mean, you can do OOP with, what do you call it? With JavaScript. But there's a lot of functional things built into JavaScript. So there's that. I've never built any full projects with Quasar. I've only just looked at it and it looks cool. All right, so now we have it on the front end. Let's get it going on the back end. So on the sorry, reverse. Strike that, reverse it. We have it going on the back end. We have our back end running on port 2020. Now our front end, we're gonna connect to that using socket.io. So we're in the client folder. I'm gonna install a socket.io client, and this will allow us to connect to a socket backend. Mm-hmm. Cool. So now for our front end, we need to listen for socket connections. Let's look at the documentation for socket.io. So, I mean, they have you pulling it in from the server. Ours are going to be running totally separately. And you create a new instance of IO. So let's just do that. And we'll do that on the front end. I'm hungry. This is the first food I've had today. Okay, so where should we listen for sockets? We could do it in the landing component. It's probably going to get really messy. So I think we'll extract things out. I think as technically we could create a composition API function that like gets the socket connection. But for now, let's just make sure that it can connect. So we're going to import IO from socket, what was it called? Socket.io dash client, there we go. And then we'll say whenever the landing page is created, we're going to create a new instance of socket. but we actually need to pass in the backend API URL because we have these separated. So let's do this. We'll create a new file, call it API URL.js, and we'll determine where the backend is based on where the front end is running. So I'll say API URL equals if window.location.hostname is localhost, then we'll just do localhost port 2020 question mark. If not, then we'll go to https:// api.isitnewyearsday.com, like that. And then we'll just export default API URL. Awesome. So in here, we'll import that API URL, and we'll connect to the socket server using that line right there. Yeah, there's a lot of Twitch viewers. From up one directory, grab the API URL, and then when we create the socket connection, we'll pass in the socket URL. All right. So what we should see is on the back end, when a client connects, we should see client connected. Oh, well, it doesn't like that. Let's just invoke it without putting it in a variable. Cool. And we can see on our back end that a socket connection happened because I actually have it running in the browser. There's a lot going on here. Does it have just like an ID? One minute before midnight here, and now the site is no longer correct? What do you mean? I thought I got rid of the hard-coded stuff. Let's look at my countdown really quick. I'm pretty sure I did before I deployed it. Yeah, it gets today. It should be. Are you saying, Linus, are you saying that the isitnewyearsday.com is wrong? It depends on your time zone. And it's an approximation because we're using this format distance, which like I think it rounds up. Give it a few minutes. Yeah, give it a few minutes. It should update. Okay. So on the back end, when the socket connects, let's just try logging socket.id. Yeah, so it has an ID. So now we should see, yeah, a user connected. So anytime a socket connects, we get that connection. That's great. And I think basically what I want to do is on the page here, we're going to keep track of the user's mouse location. And we're going to send that to our backend socket server, who will then emit that to anyone else that's on the page. So let's do this. Let's create a new component that is just like the mouse listener. .view. And that will be a component that does the socket connection and listens for where the user's mouse is and updates it to the server. Not that. Let's just do a div, and then we'll have a span with, for now, USA. And we're actually going to move this socket logic into that one specific component. I'll probably update the mouse position once every second, but we're going to use a CSS transition to move it between the locations, so that way it won't overload the server. And I potentially could set up rate limiting on the back end to prevent being spammed with mouse location requests. So yeah, that's my plan. At least that's what I have in my head. We have to make it happen. Cool. So we have our countdown component. No, not that. Our mouse listener component brings in the API URL, and then when this thing is created, we'll do that similar logic that we were doing in here. And now this thing is very simple. Oh, that. Cool. Yeah, so that's the main idea, and that's what's going to make this fairly interesting, is you're going to see all the other mice from all the other people that are on the page on your screen as well. Okay. So let's do this. Let's bring this component into the landing page. Mouse listener. Actually, let's do this. Yeah, so if a user hasn't moved their mouse for a while, we'll like remove them. If their socket disconnects, we'll remove their mouse, all that good stuff. Yeah, and I think I have an idea of how I'm going to do this now. So we'll have this mouse listener component, which will specifically be for moving your mouse, the user's mouse. And then we can have another component that has all of the other mice, and it's in control of that. So we can like really separate this up and have some fairly clean logic. Cool. So right here, we're going to throw the mouse listener. Scale mice positions relative to the viewport. No, I'm just going to use XY position. So people that are on bigger screens, they're going to see mice that are all the way on the right. But everyone is at least going to see the mice that are to the top left corner. That's the plan. And I'm not going to use canvas. No, these are just going to be elements on the page. Okay, so let's see. Do we see an American flag? There it is. So there's the American flag. We want to make it have a like a fixed position. I don't think I want to normalize it. It's just going to be based on the viewport. Because I mean, you could technically map it. You could take the width of the user's screen and map all of them based on the current width of the screen. We could do that, but we'll see. Scaling relative to the viewport might be a good solution. Yeah, so that way you actually do see all of them. Yeah, we could do that. We'll do that. So let's say position is absolute, top 0, left 0. And then the parent should have position relative. So the landing page, that's the container for these, should have position relative. And we should see it in the top left. Cool. However, now that it's in the top left, I think I want to apply a transform to it, which will move it. Then that mouse will just be way off of the screen. That's the like. But if we normalize it, then this could be like. Basically, we're going to be sending not only your mouse position, but we're going to be sending your viewport size. So that way, for other clients, they know how to position it on the screen. But yeah. But let's do this. Transform. Translate Y. 100 pixels. So that should bring it down 100 pixels. Cool. And modifying the transform should be animatable. So if like the default position is the top left, and then we transform it away from the top left. So I think that should be okay. A single value between 0 and 1, yeah, and then you scale it on the, so that way you don't have to send the viewport size. I like that. And then on the back end, if it's greater than 1, we just ignore it. Shouldn't the user translate their own mouse position based on their own viewport, so it only has to be calculated once instead of every time for every user? I'm okay with recalculating it, because basically we're going to set the transform using that position value, and then on the next iteration we'll set the transform again using the latest position value, and the browser will automatically animate it to the next location. Cool. So let's do this. We don't really want to use created anymore. We're going to use the composition API. So let's do setup. We'll have our socket. We'll say socket on state. We're basically just going to be sending state from the server, I think. Like once every second you get the latest state from the server. My site still says in 3 days. Does it? I feel like it's the relative positioning of this library that I'm using. Format distance to now. So I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Linus Dev presents a new Is It New Year's... Oh, here it is. Is It New Year's Day service to compete with isitnewyearsday.com. Very good. Very good. Thanks, Linus. Okay, so that's listening for that thing. But let's also listen for mouse movement. So we'll say document.add event listener mouse move. We're going to get the event. And then what do we have access to? Event dot screen X and screen Y. I think we'll do page X and page Y, because that could be relative to the inner width and height of the window. Cool. So let's do something like this. We'll have a reactive X and Y value. So let's import reactive. I could get tap events for sure. I think we'll set that up too. Import reactive from Vue composition API. And we are going to say location is going to be reactive with X. We'll start it off, I guess, in the center of the screen. Window.inner width divided by 2. We're going to get it working locally, and then we can like scale the values. And then Y is window.inner height divided by 2. Cool. And then whenever the mouse moves, we're going to say location.x equals event.pagex, and location.y equals event.pagey. And then we're going to return an object that just has the location on it, so we can use it in the view. Semicolon. And right here we can do an inline style that will set the transform. Let's do this. Take a quick stretch. Yeah, I think it'll be cool. I'm down. Let's scale it. We're going to scale it. But let's bind style. And we're going to set the transform dynamically based on that location X and Y. We're going to set transform to be a template string that says translate x with actually, let's do this. Let's say get transform. And get transform is going to return a string using the current location. So we'll create this function get transform. So the style has a colon because in Vue.js, this means to bind it. So basically, this is going to listen for any changes that happen when this gets called. And actually, this shouldn't be a... Let's make this a computed property. Yeah, this is great. This is going to be great. So this is a computed. So this transform value will get updated based on location x and y. So transform is going to be a computed property that will return an object. Well, return a string, actually. So we're going to return. Is it the same as vStyle? Maybe? Yeah. Okay. Transform x should be location.x pixels, and transform y should be location.y pixels. Cool. So the new composition API, what this does is anytime location x or y changes, this string is going to be recalculated. So that's sweet. And then we just need to return transform in the object, so that transform is available right here. I think that'll do it. Let's see what happens. What does it not like? Unexpected block statement surrounded airing. This just doesn't like that have a one-liner that just returns. Now it's probably going to complain about line length. Cool. Support curl, fax machines, all that good stuff. Just make sure that this is actually working. Let's log the event when the mouse is moving. Cool, so we have it. And inside of that, page... Oh, we actually just could use x and y. That's good. Event.x, event.y. And I don't believe we have to set like location.value because we're using reactive. We should get the full thing. Yeah, so we get this observer. It's being updated. Well, not that, but this is being updated with x and y. Cool. So the style binding just isn't working. That's the issue. Yeah, so we actually don't see a transform. Let's just do it in line really quick. Transform, translate. Oh, you can do comma separated. That's good. I'll do that instead. Oh, haha, it's not transform, it's translate. Not translate. Yeah, so this should be translate. And then we'll do that pixels, comma, that pixels. I did transform instead of translate. So we're setting the transform to be translate location.x pixel, location.y pixel. Okay, here we go. Ooh, it works. Look at that. It is having to be updated, which is totally fine. And we might subtract the width and the height of the element that we're showing, and also hide the cursor. So let's do this. Let's say on the landing page, and actually, no, we'll do this on the entire page. We don't want to show any cursor. So we'll say body, cursor, none. So we won't actually see the mouse, but you do see this thing. Look at that. And thanks for the follow, No Parties Guy. We figured it out. Oh, and Doc has our clamp. We'll get that working. But we'll have to do some scaling. But yeah, we'll get that working. Cool. Though, this is totally fine. How we're actually updating their mouse on the screen. But what we need to do is emit the current location like every second or so. The other thing is, let's do transition transform 100 milliseconds. So it should it's a commented out line. Why would you complain about that? Jeez. Yeah, so now it's actually a smooth motion. You don't see it like jumping around. We could do like ease in out, and then it'll kind of like overshoot and then come back. Let's even do like 50 milliseconds. Yeah. Cool. At it translate negative 50% before the other translate. Can you do multiple translates? We could also do transform origin center. I think that would do it. And if we don't hide the overall cursor, we should be able to see it happening. But you can see this creates like a smooth smooth animation. Like for the user, it's like a little bit delayed, but when we see a bunch of other mice on the screen, they'll be moving smoothly instead of like jumping all around. So I think that should be totally fine. I'm okay with that delay. Oh, actually, let's keep the cursor being shown, and let's try what Doc mentioned. So we want to do translate 50%, 50%. So that'll be direct center. Oh, that didn't do it. Negative 50%. Yeah, that does it. So now the point is directly on the center of their mouse. Cool. And then we can hide the cursor. Yeah. Cool. Measure the latency. I mean, technically, we want it to be as like for their mouse, we want that transition to be like as small as possible, like 1 millisecond. Yeah, like this. How long? Probably for another hour and a half. I want to get this deployed, and I want to get a bunch of mice on the screen. We may not be able to add all the things like fireworks and all that extra stuff, but I at least want to get everyone's mouse on the screen. That's the plan. Okay. And for now, let's default it instead of that. Let's just find an image. Mouse trails to trace out messages might be fun. Oh, like you leave it behind? Yeah, we may not get to fireworks. All right, what should be the default image before we go adding all the country codes and stuff like that? I don't think I want to do an emoji. The world? America. I've been streaming for 3 hours and 46 minutes. A poop emoji? A question mark. Does this work? We're gonna do a heart. That's the one that was provided to us. There we go. Oh, the word no? We can make the word no move around? Yeah, I like that. It could be maybe be like Twitch where you can set your outline color. Cool. I think we're gonna do that for now. Let's go smaller. Let's go like, is this a thing? 24 by 24? That's not a thing. What are our options? Size? 32, 32? Why not? Is that half of 72? Well, we can try it here. No. 36? Yeah, that's half. Nope. Tweet emoji sizes. The default asset size is 36 by 36. Oh. It doesn't give us a file listing though, is the thing. Yeah, that uses 72. Yeah, we'll just scale it. That's fine. Let's go back to 72 and scale it. Oh, I need to add that in here, otherwise it's not going to be added. There we go. Tiny little mouse. Wait, what? My mouse goes only to there. Did the scaling mess that up? Yeah, the scaling messed that up. Oh, so we should scale it after translating it. Okay, because the order matters. There we go. Interesting. Yeah, but we're just using an image itself. Because we're not using, because that way it's going to look like the same thing for everyone else. Okay, cool. So we have that. Now what we need is a way of emitting when something happens. So when the mouse, actually we won't do mouse move. I think we will actually just create a function that emits the current location. So we'll say like function update location. And here we're going to say socket.emit. We're going to emit some location data. And we're just going to pass in X and Y. But we're going to use this. So X is, well, location.x, Y, location.y. Now, I'm not just emitting the location object because Vue.js does some interesting things behind the scenes with like extra properties, so we're just gonna pull them off. But then we need this clamp function. So let's get that. See you later, Ozma. Thanks for hanging out with us. There is a clamp function in here because Doc wrote it. There we go. My food is half finished. We'll get to it soon. Cool. So, we're going to send the X location as math.clamp with, so we need to pass in X divided by window.inner width 0 and 1. So this is going to emit a value between 0 and 1. Oh, when I get to it? I don't know. And then the y value similarly is going to be location.y divided by window.innerHeight. And we're limiting that between a value of 0 and 1. Cool. Now, update location will call itself in, let's say, 1 second. This used to be a drop stream, yeah. The food is pretty cold, yeah. I've been back for close to an hour. All right, so we're updating their location every 1 second. And when the component starts... Actually, I'm going to do onMounted. Well, yeah. We'll bring in onMounted. And when it's actually mounted, we'll initially call update location. Or socket on connected? Yeah, we'll do that. That sounds good. So socket cool. So when you get connected, we'll start this off, and then it'll start sending its location once every second. Sending a float over WebSockets? It should be fine. Should be fine. I mean, we could round to 2 decimal places. It should be fine. Yeah, we'll see what kind of values we get on the back end. I'll be testing it locally before I deploy. And thanks for the follow, Richard Pearson. Welcome. It'll be fine. All right, so socket on connected. Cool. We're going to start emitting our location. So now on the back end, we can say socket on location. We'll just log our location. So on the back end, every second, we should see, and we can log the socket ID. And we'll see the XY location. Yeah, if the value is greater than or less than 0 or greater than 1, we'll do nothing with it. But for now, I just want to see we're actually getting the latest location data. So here we go. A user connected. Let's do this. Can you see that? All right. And then in the browser, we have an error. Oh, because we're not using onMounted. Let's get rid of that. We're logging a whole lot of stuff. Is this even the latest code? This is weird. Okay, so on mouse move, we are updating the location. That's totally fine. I think the fact that we're calling this so often, let's make it 10 seconds. Obviously, it's not going to be that way in the end, but this is like super choppy. Why is it so choppy? What happened? Let's not do any of this. We're still using mouse move, so this should be updating the location constantly. But even so, like, look, I can comment all of that code out, even if I got that wrong. Oh, come on. Like, let's comment all of this out except for the mouse movement code. And it's super jittery. All right. So I'm seeing in the chat that this needs to be on connect anyways, but that's fine. Why did this just die like that? Let's get rid of the transition. Okay. Getting rid of the transition seemed to fix it. If I add the transition back, it's choppy. All right. So for the user's mouse, no transition. And then we'll say on connect, start updating the location, and we'll update the location. We'll create the socket. Oh, it's every 10 seconds. Now we should be able to emit, even like, let's even do it every 500 milliseconds. So every 500 milliseconds, we're going to be sending the location to the backend. Look at that. We did it. But I am going to set this to 1 second because basically what we're going to do is we're going to have all the other users' locations, and we're just going to get all of the locations every second, and we're going to transform them on the screen to be in the correct location. Cool. All right, we're making progress. All right. Yeah, the animation wasn't not interpolating properly, which is weird. But let me catch up. And thanks for the follow, Dave ML, if I didn't say that yet. Yeah, we removed on mounted. Okay, so we got the connect working. Luda says, I couldn't believe watching someone code can be so relaxing. Yeah, I don't know what that came from. Hello, Jano. Hello. So while not moving, you're not sending the data? Yeah. From the last position to the new position, don't send it. I like it. Oh, you just followed me, Robin, on Twitch. That's why you're not a mod here. That's okay, though. Yeah, so these are definitely some optimizations we can make. So we basically don't need to emit an event if we haven't moved. So let's do this. We're also going to create a last location that's initialized to where you start. And then whenever your mouse moves, we update your location. But we're going to set your last location to be location.x. And your last location.y equals location.y. Like that. So when your mouse moves, we set your last location and the thing updates. So what we can say is this optimization here, if last location.x minus location.x, and the absolute value of that is less than or less than 0.001. That means you haven't moved at all. Or same thing with your x values. And we can say greater than, because I only want to send it if it's greater than. Okay, so if your last location difference is greater than 0.01, emit the location, otherwise do nothing. And so now the backend should be less throttled. What's happening? All right, so we're there. We go here. We're still emitting. Try to fix it. If math.absolute value of location.x minus last location, yeah, or send. So that's what we're doing, I believe. And they initially start off the same. I mean, really, we could just say location.x here and location.y. So when the page refreshes, we have our initial location, and it shouldn't change at all. Yeah, but it's still sending. So what's up with that? Oh, they both should be greater than? Did I change it? Did I make... Oh, I made one of them less than, didn't I? Yep. There we go. So now we just see one event. No, we don't. What's up with that? What if I move my mouse up but not sideways? We're checking either X or Y, so we should be good. Line 46, greater than. Okay, we got that. Greater than 46! All right, let's just do a hard refresh. So we should see a socket connect. Oh, and then it doesn't even send their initial position. Last location should be updated in the socket emit as well. Not in the mouse move? Or we updated in both places. It should be the last location sent. I see. So, not in the mouse move. That makes sense. Ah, because the... Well, no. Yes. It should be fine. That works, somehow. And so if we do this, we should see a bunch of updates. And if we go back, it stops updating. Cool. Here, I'll show it at the same time. So every second, we should see some updates. But then if I stop moving, it doesn't send an update. Very cool. All right, we got it somehow. And thanks for the follow, Neil M. Barker. Welcome. Okay, nice. All right, so we're emitting it to the backend. That's great. Now we need to keep track of the state of all the mice on the page on the backend. So let's do this. Really, we're just going to do it in memory. So let's say clients are going to be just an object. Let's call it state, actually. So we're going to have state, which will have all of the other mice on the page and their location. A socket array or list. We already have access to the socket here. So what I'm going to do is we'll say state at socket.id equals location. And then whenever someone disconnects, we'll remove it from the state. Well, if somebody's still on the web page, I want to keep their mouse there. A map or a weak map? Nah. I think disconnect is the event we want. Oh, the mouse pruner is the cat. Yeah. And then when they disconnect, we just remove them from the state. Like that. And let me double check that disconnect is the event that we want. I mean, a JavaScript object is a map, technically. It's a map of strings to values, and that's really all we need. Socket on, so yeah, socket on disconnect. On connect, send state. Yeah, we'll do that for sure. Hello, Crit. Yeah, we're still here. We're working on the back end. A user disconnected. Socket ID. Cool. And when they first connect, we'll emit. I think it should. No, I think because here's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna say like set an interval. And so every second, we're just going to emit the state to all connected clients. So we'll do io.emit state, and we'll pass in the state, just like that. Yeah, so and that's the other cool thing about Socket.io. It handles all of these weird edge cases where, so the client automatically attempts to reconnect. And if they're able to reconnect, then you have the exact same socket ID. And if a client completely disconnects, this function will get called. It's all good. So I believe io.emit is what I want. Send the state on location. So when they send their location, send the state back to them. That's what I want to do. So what this is going to do is every second it's going to send the state to all connected users, so that that way they have the positions of all the mice on the screen. Let me double check the docs, but I do believe I want io.emit. Yeah, so in order to send an event to everyone, you use io.emit. So I want to emit the state to everyone that's connected. And if you want to send a message to everyone except for the emitting socket, have that broadcast flag. So the way that we're doing this is I don't want to update every single client when some client sends me their location, because that would be way too many events happening if there are like hundreds of people connected. So basically what we do is individual users are updating the server with their location, and then the server is updating everyone with everyone else's location every second. So that's why I'm not emitting on location. Yeah. So Socket.io is all about real-time connection. So this is basically a WebSocket server. And when a user goes to the web page, it initiates a connection, and that's a persistent connection. So RESTful APIs are not persistent, or like communicating with a backend API. In that you make a GET request or a POST request, the server will respond, and that's it. Conversation over. A WebSocket is a persistent connection to the server. So when I get this thing deployed, people will be connected to my server and they'll stay connected. I'm going to deploy it soon so we can actually just test it on the deployed server. All right, so in here, let's listen for state. And really what I'm actually going to want is we're going to have a separate component that will listen for state and draw all the other mice on the screen. It'll be separate from this one, but that should be fine. So over here, there we go. And somehow there are two clients connected. I think I have two tabs open. Our fireworks. There's the composition API. No. We'll hold on to that. Hold on to that. There we go. So there should just be one user. There we go. So this was an issue with like the browser automatically refreshing, but now there's only one user connected, and every second we see that we're emitting the state of all the other connected users. And basically what we'll do is, and so here, if I open up another browser tab and go there, and start moving this guy, now there should be two states. And so if we look at what's being logged here, now the state has all the other users with all of their locations. And so the key here is the socket ID. And Yeah, that should be it. And thanks for the Twitch follow, Bukto. Yeah, so we'll see how it works for remote mice. I think it should just work. There was an issue with using it on something that was updating so fast, and remote mice are only going to be updating one every second. So technically what we can do is we can make it so that because we're getting the state every second, if we set the animation to last 1 second, then it'll take 1 second to get to where they move to. It's about to be public. Trust me. But here's what I think I want to do. I want to create a separate component that listens for the state event and then draws all of the other mice. Yeah, I'm gonna avoid doing that for now. Yeah, the thing is about this composition API, a lot of this is potentially reusable. So, like the location in transform, we could put that into a reusable composition function. And, well, actually, we wouldn't need location. So I would actually just, to test it locally, I would have 2 browser windows. That's about it. And if I have 2 browser windows open and the other one sees this one moving, I call it good. That's true. We could do that, and we could actually handle that on the server. So when we receive a location event on the server, we can just store the time that they moved to that location. Yeah. Though, not quite, because if they wait 5 seconds, wait, time since last move, and then they move here, I don't think it probably shouldn't take 5 seconds for them to get from there to there. Yeah. I don't know. It should be fine. It should be fine. Let's do this. We're gonna create another component called clients. Well, let's call it like client state.view. So this is basically going to look at all of the information on state and draw all of the other mice on the screen. Anything that's not itself. And actually what we probably should do is extract this little mouse out into a component, because that way we can pass in transform as a prop. I think we'll do that as well. So let's create a mouse. It's gonna be a very simple component that just does this. Now mouse looks like that. And then it accepts transform as a prop. Yeah, and eventually we'll have a prop for like what image should be showed here. Yeah, it's actually really cold. Like it's been snowing all day, so I kept the heater on because it's very cold. Okay, so we have this wonderful mouse component. Let's pull that mouse component into here. Say import mouse from mouse.view. Put that right there. And then here in components, we'll register the mouse. Yeah, heater, air conditioner. Cool, so we have the mouse there. Very good. And now client state is just going to have a bunch of mice. So really it's going to be like mouse v4 mice in clients. Am I sure I don't want to test before adding another component? Yeah, we could. It should still work, right? There you go. Still works. No errors in the console. But we're getting the client state. Yeah. All right. So we're gonna say for each, let's call it client in clients. And really, let's pass down the entire client instead of just transform. I don't know. For now, we can just say transform equals client.transform. And the key here is going to be client.id. Kind of want to show this all on a new line. Nice. Nice. So here's what we'll do. I think we'll have a few computed properties. So clients will be computed from state. And the keys here will allow the client to be the same one, I believe. We'll see. So let's pull in computed from the Vue composition API. And then we're going to return an object with clients on it so we can use it in the template. And then clients are going to be computed from the state. So for now, we can just return an empty array. We won't have anything on the screen. And we actually should pull those styles out of mouse listener. So mouse listener, yeah, had the mouse style. We're going to pull this into the mouse component. I might pass the socket down as a prop. I have to figure that out. We got to figure out the best way of sharing the socket between the components, but that's like the next thing we need to do. Cool. So it has its position. Transform is being applied. It's on the so the question is about the Vue composition API. It's on the actual Vue organization. I think it initially was a community project, but they pulled it under the Vue organization now. Yeah. Evan Yu, I love you for making Vue. A short poem by Majestic Eye. Very good. And hello, Jamie Davis. Welcome. Okay. What are we doing? We now have client state that has all the mice in it. I'm using Mac OS X. Yeah, not using Linux. Cool. And so now in the landing page, we just want to pull in client state. Something like that. And then we need to figure out a way of sharing the sockets. So let's import client state from Ubuntu Apple from there. Cool. So that brings in this. Right now there are 0 clients. Oh, I see. It's complaining because I'm doing that. That's true. It is FreeBSD based. Block must not be padded with empty lines. Okay, so this thing can move around all day. Now we somehow need to get the socket clients into that client state. And Jamie Davis with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. No message. They just have this wonderful little emote. Let's look at it. Hey, you. Yeah, it's pretty different from React for sure. Do we know our own socket ID on the server side? From within those socket methods, yeah. And on the client side, we know our socket ID as well, I believe. So how do we get the clients in here? Right now, we're setting up the socket listener on here. I think we'll just set it up in the landing page. So we'll have setup here. That will just return an object with the socket on it. And then we'll pass that socket down to the two different components. So we can say like socket equals socket, socket equals socket, like that. And then we'll just move the connection to the socket to the parent component. So in here, socket, not socket, socket. Let's move that in here as well. Bring in socket IO in. And then the actual connection happens in the landing page. So the parent component connects to the socket, and then it passes that socket down, that connected socket down to the two components, which can then listen for messages accordingly. And now I think we get access to props right here. We can like destructure it. Something like that. And here we'll say props are socket. And this particular component listens for when connect happens, because then it calls update location. And then we only want to listen for state in the client state component. So this thing will somehow get, I have to double check that in the docs, but I believe we get access to props and then we can pull a socket off of it. And then we'll listen for state. And we'll specify our props. Like that. But let's look at the Vue composition API because I don't know how we get props. Oh, okay. So the first parameter literally is the initial props. So that's fine. Which means we don't need to do this double destructuring. We just say get the socket out of props. Similarly in client state. Get the socket out of the props. Cool, so that's there. And we're getting a state event from the server, so I think that works. Hey, super chat. Sergio with the $10 super chat. Hello, CJ. Just finished my project. Had a pleasant and fun time coding it. Got some nice, neat stretch features there. Hope it serves you all well. Thanks and Happy New Year. Congrats, Sergio. So are you mentioning the seedling project that you submitted? Let's look. Sergio, is that what you mean? Maybe you're on this page. Oh, gotta catch them all. Okay. Yeah, this is your project, isn't it? Did you submit a comment? Yeah, 35 minutes ago. Nice. Very cool. Congrats. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. Okay, it's a Pokemon catching application. There are 49 Pokemons. Try to catch them all. You have 200 seconds. What am I supposed to do? Who's that Pokemon? Oh, that's Poliwrath. There we go. That's Blastoise. That is it Lugia? No. No, it ran away. All right. I can't really see. The images are a little too small. Who's that? No, it ran away. I know that is Clefairy? There we go. And that is Ponyta. No? Oh, it was Rapidash. Dang it. I just gotta find the first 150 Pokemon. Like, that's Zubat. These animations are really cool. Great work. Cool. I think we'll play that a little bit more later, but great work. All right. So it's working. We're listening for state and we're getting those state updates. So now we just need to compute the clients based off of the state. And I believe if we log my ID as socket.id, I believe we have the local ID. Yeah, so we have the ID of the client so that we won't be updating that. And let's compute all the clients. So basically, our state is just a big old object that has the client IDs and their location, like so. So what we want to do is we want to create an array of transforms. Noise. Array of transforms that includes their ID. So let's do this. Let's say, well, we need a ref. Actually, because really we have state, which is just a ref. Actually, I'm trying to think if we actually need to put this and compute it. I could, but I don't want to. So this particular component is listening for the state event, and then it will need to generate that array of clients. So we could say, well, I guess it doesn't have to be computed. Let's make it a ref that is an array. Because on each state update, we're going to reset it to be a new array. So we'll say clients.value equals object.values of state. And that's going to give us each individual ID. So we're going to map it, get the ID. We want to return an object with a transform, which is going to be some value, and we also want their ID. Though, instead of doing a map, the thing is we don't want to show this particular item. Object.entries, but then I missed the I am getting tired. I've been live for 4.5 hours. But if I do okay, we'll do object.entries. Because that's gonna give us we can then destructure it, and we get access to the ID and the client, like that. And then we can use the client X and client Y for the transform. However, let's use a reduce, because if we use a reduce, we can leave out the client that has this particular ID. So let's do this. And we'll call this all of them. Well, I'll do that. This is JavaScript, particularly Vue.js. So say if ID does not equal socket.id, then I'm going to say all.push this thing. And then we need to use client.x and client.y. Use a flat map? I don't know, this should be fine. I absolutely prefer Vue over React. It's just so easy. All right, now we need the transform. So we're already doing that in the mouse. No, in the mouse listener. It's creating this transform here. And we do need to do the calculation. So it's not only the X and the Y, it's a calculation. So it's going to be slightly different. So, let's do this. Is it percentage though? Oh, it is, yeah, because it's width and height. You're absolutely right. So, we do want client.x, but it's gonna be client.x times 100 because we've normalized the client values. And instead of pixels, it's going to be percent. So translate that much percentage. And I guess by passing in calc, that becomes the percentage of the parent. Is that why we're doing that? Yeah? All right, so we're still getting state. If we open a new tab and go there. All right, something went wrong. An unknown custom element mouse. Yep, I forgot to register it. No, it is not New Year's. Oh, I missed a bunch of chats. Let me catch up. Yeah, so that should do it. Wait. What was Net saying? I began working with PHP, just can't get over the wall to get it working. Ah. Yeah, I use mainly JavaScript and Node.js for the backend. Hello, Spacey Cat. Welcome. Yeah, we're gonna figure it out, Doc. But I like the way you think. View height and view width. That's it. That's what we'll use because it's a percentage of the view width and view height, the value that we calculated. I like that. So it's client X times 100 view width. Yeah. And then client Y times 100 view height. Yeah, that's the winner. However, we do need to bring in this mouse component. Closing brace, did I forget that? What? I think it's okay. Can I nominate Doc for VIP in the channel? Yeah, is that a thing? Can I make him a VIP? Timeout user, ban user. You're a VIP now. And actually, I think I'll just make you a mod, Doc. No, it's there. Ban user. Oh, look, yeah, he's got a little VIP tag. Actually, let's just make Doc a mod. Like, why are we beating around the bush? You what do you call? You don't have any official duties, but at your own discretion, you can ban anyone that you want. So, congrats, Doc. A VIP is a mod without ban permissions. Cool. So if you send another message, Doc, it should show a nice little star next to your name. Yeah, and please don't ban people. Linus has been here for a while too. Here, yeah, you can definitely be a VIP. You get a VIP, and you get a VIP. Oh, dang, that was the wrong person. Un-VIP? Linus Dev. You're Linus VDev. Yeah, LOL Craftian says, I don't want any responsibility. Oh, interesting. I thought it would show up instantly, but that's okay. Yeah, definitely. Are you the same Robin, though? Can you confirm it in some way? How do I know you're the same Robin? If you link your Twitch account on Discord, I will absolutely do it because that way I can verify. There you go. Oh yeah, absolutely, Majestica. Yeah, okay, we're handing out all the VIPs, and you have been here forever. And thanks for the Twitch follow, Spirits. All right, we're very close. Has it been 2 hours? I don't know, but we need to bring in that custom component. And thanks for the follow, Traxy. Greg is also a VIP. No, you definitely are, but what do you call it? YouTube does not have a concept of VIPs, just Twitch. Are you on Twitch? All the emojis in the chat. All right. Wait. Kind of works. We just need to give it a transition, and it should be like a nice smooth movement. Now this user is here. Yeah, so it's kind of working. I think what we need to do is we'll pass down like an is smooth true, and then in the mouse component, wait, what else did we pass down transform? Yeah, and then in the mouse component, if it is smooth, we're going to apply transition property. Smooth criminal. Let's do this. We'll say transition. If is smooth, then we'll say transform 10 milliseconds. No, transition transform 10 milliseconds ease in out. Otherwise, none. Like that. What is this not like? All right. We need to format this. Cool. So let's see if it's actually being applied. Transform 10 milliseconds ease in out. But what I'm curious about is, yeah, so the only thing that's being updated, or should be, is the style property, right? But basically what I want to see is going from the first position to the last position. Oh, what's going on there? There's like a 0 seconds at the end? What did I do wrong? Let's do this. Instead of a style binding, I guess if I set it to like 100 milliseconds, but regardless, let's do a class binding. So we'll say smooth transition is going to be a class, and it's just is smooth. And then smooth transition, well, will be a class that we define down here. Transition, transform, 100 milliseconds, ease in out. And so if isSmooth is true, it's going to apply this smooth transition class. So it has a transform. Oh, it's kind of working. Yeah. It's sort of working. But I think what I'll do is I can make it actually emit a lot faster from the back end. Yeah, let's increase the amount of events that are happening. So on the back end, we're going to emit the state every 500 milliseconds, and on the front end, we are going to emit their location every 500 milliseconds. Cool. Pretty choppy. I think I'll deploy it though, just to see what we can get doing. What you want them to do now is somehow continue moving in their last direction or speed in between messages. Yeah, so that way we're kind of like anticipating where they're going to be. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna deploy it, and you all can tell me. Yeah, client-side prediction, exactly. But you all can tell me how bad it is. Wait, why are there more than one client? So, having this auto-refresh is weird. There we go. So there should only be one client. I'm playing games right now, and your voice is in the background. Such a peaceful voice. Sorry for being a weirdo. No worries at all. We're making the isitnewyearsday.com. Let me catch up. I am passing a smooth. Yeah, so it worked out. If you go to isitnewyearsday.com, that works wonderfully. And we tested it by changing my date and time. But what we're working on now is anyone that goes to the website, we're going to show their mouse on the screen. Yeah. Okay, so if we fixed the delay. 250 milliseconds? I think I set it to 100. So I guess that's true. If we set it to a longer delay, then it's going to seem like they're actually moving their mouse from that location to that location. Let's go 250. Oh, not that. Okay. So put that there. And we can see that the The scaling is working as well because this would be on the right hand side. This would be like somebody that's on mobile or on like a smaller screen. Yeah, that looks way better. Cool. All right, I'm gonna deploy this thing. Let me catch up on the chat and then I'll deploy it. Try some of those Bezieric transitions instead of linear. Cool. I think I'll do that. This is CJ on coding.garden, and you're listening to How to Build isitnewyearsday.com. A picture out of hearts, but it's still wrong in Europe. Okay. Bezier's plus slash spline motion. So what do I do? Cubic Bezier? Ease out circular, ease out quadratic, ease out back, ease out exponential. Let's go with that one. See what happens. Ease out quadratic based on a power of 4. Ease out and back overshoots. I like that. That'll make it seem like a bit more organic. Because it kind of like... they're like out and back. And then if we do... let's do 300 milliseconds. It's going to look super natural. Look at it. That's not bad. I'm okay with that. Yeah, so I mean, the idea is there could be thousands of people on this website, so you don't want to be emitting. So think about the implications of that. You have 1,000 different clients, all 1,000 of them emitting 1,000 events to 1,000 other clients. Way too much. What'd you say? Oh, and hello, Merchan. Welcome. Wouldn't it be better if the transition period is the same as the backend emit delay? It would be 1 second behind than the original, but more smooth. So yeah, actually, so if we set it to, because the backend emit delay is 500 milliseconds. So I mean, if we set it to 500, then technically that's how long it took to get to that location. I think it's not bad. They look real. It looks like little mice. All right, I'm gonna deploy it. Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, so first let's stop the logging. Let's make a heart of cursors around the no. Let's just search for any console logs I have. I want to get rid of those. We don't need to log the state anymore. Let's get rid of that. Listening. This is all backend stuff. Yeah, that's fine. Have that many things really changed? What? Oh, because we created the front end. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's add it all. I think I already get ignored my node stuff. Cool. Yeah, and we're going to have much deeper research on cubic Bezier for sure. Yeah, and I can play around with increasing the backend latency. We'll see. And actually, I should here before I deploy, I want to create an endpoint that tells me how many sockets are connected. Though we can just look at the emitted state. So that's what we'll do. Oh, that's true, and that's fine. And dynamically adjust the frequency based on the backend load. I think that's perfectly fine. Yeah. So if there are like less than 100 people connected, I could emit every 100 milliseconds, but as that grows, we decrease it. Um, let's do this. Push it up. My fun mod confirmation message was not repeated on stream. Did you see it from YouTube? But here's my Discord channel. I confirm. All right. I see it. I see it. I see it. Let's make Robin a mod. Because they're already a mod. They just they're a mod on YouTube. So let me make sure I spelled this right. Robin is now a mod. Yeah, Merchan gets VIP too. Merchan has been here since the beginning. Well, for a while anyways. There we go. All right, so let's deploy this to the backend. So we pushed our code up. Let me SSH into my server. I don't think I have any other tabs running. Yeah, a lot. Like I have some very very loyal loyal people that watch the stream. You don't. VIPs will never have a message timeout, so you can spam messages if you really want to. All right. Let's remove the old one. Cool. I'm going to install PM2, which is a process manager, to allow my Node.js app to stay up, and if it crashes, it'll restart it. So I'm currently using Amazon Lightsail, which is like a simplified version of EC2, but this is a new Ubuntu server that I set up this morning. And then we'll go into the server. We'll do we have an env file? Yeah. I think I'm just going to set the port to be 2020 because it's about to be the year 2020. And then we can do pm2 start source/index. And the name is it. Well, let's just call it API. Cool. And if we do pm2 logs 0, we can see that we forgot to install dependencies. So let's install node modules. 30 seconds? Oh, yeah. 30 seconds is built into the drop game. Let's restart that process. Cool. So the backend should be up and running. If we go to api.isitnewyearsday.com. Oh, that's redirecting. Yeah, I'm still working on that. I need to work on my Nginx config, and we also need to bring down and build the latest client code. So just real quick, let me check out my Nginx config. Site's enabled. Yeah, I have API. api.isitnewyearsday.com. It's a proxy pass to port 2020. That should be good. And that's just for dub. That should be fine. See you later, Robin. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for modding. I guess where you could. You were a mod for like 5 minutes. Let's see. It could be that this is messing it up. This is returning a redirect, but I have a listener for API. I think I'm just going to remove this. This is part of my Nginx config. Oh. Sudo nano default. Oh, I was eating pasta, but no, I didn't finish it. Though I do have a sandwich waiting for me. So maybe we'll eat that. All right. Come on. Moved permanently. Really? It's trying to redirect it back here, but I have the subdomain set up. Weird. Oh, it does work for you? You see the backend API when you go there? Yeah, that's what you should see. Well, okay. I guess it might be cached for me. Here, let's do this. It should be redirecting it. It should be redirecting the host. Like, look, if we look at default, if it comes in on port 80. Oh, yeah. Let's also listen. Okay, this is why I think so, because the port 80 redirect. So, well, no. I think that's why, because we didn't have a port 80 listener for Is It New Year's Day? Okay. Maybe that's what we needed. I was trying to set up a wildcard redirect, but that's fine. Oh yeah, because that redirects to HTTPS. Okay, so now if I go to api.isitnewyearsday.com, there we go. All right. So the backend's good to go. And then let's build the latest front end. Though, I think we are missing a dependency. Let's make sure we have all the latest dependencies. Nice! Let's build the latest. And there are quite a few people watching, so this will be pretty fun to load test. Yeah, it says there are 82 on Twitch, and how many on YouTube? No, that should be fixed now. Yeah, there's a lot of people watching. Let's what? Oh, look at all these. Oh, there's a bunch of people already there. That's so funny. Okay. Let's try it. And if I go here and if I refresh the page, look at all the mice. Yeah. So there are roughly 80 people watching on both Twitch and YouTube. It's so the interesting thing is, because I'm doing it relative to screen size, it would be very hard to make a chat, because it's all relative. But everyone, move your mouse to the O in no, if you could, please. There we go. Yeah, and some of them are going to be a little bit off because of the screen resolution. Um, but yeah, it's pretty much working. So that is very weird, isn't it? Because that's why it looks so synchronized. Because every 500 milliseconds, all of them move to their next location. Everyone go full screen at 16:9 resolution. Let's draw a heart. Oh yeah, that's true. So for the client themselves, they should have a different emoji. How many people should it support? I think at least 10,000 based on zero knowledge of anything. Well, so what I'm gonna do is, so the next step is we're going to use your IP address to detect your country, and then instead of a heart, we're gonna show a country flag, and then we'll make it so that we'll add lots of cool things, like when you click, it can make fireworks, but it'll only work if it's New Year's in your country, that kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, look at this. Let's try it. That's pretty cool how when I resize, everything like moves to where it should be, though. Definitely less than 7 billion. This is very true. we're getting a heart. I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah, and so all the IP address stuff is gonna happen on the back end. So like right now, you could watch the network traffic, and all you're seeing is the overall state emitted from the back end. You're doing it. Yeah, it's a little off. It's a janky heart. um, cool. All right. There's a lot of stuff that I want to do with this, and we have 3 days till New Year's. So I'm gonna stream again tomorrow, and we're gonna add more features to it. But I think this is great so far, like, at least for now. Um, we have this, but I'm open to pull requests. For one, the code's on GitHub, and we are going to absolutely get things like country flags and stuff like that working. Is it New Year's Day? Good, yeah, good job, everyone. The right side of the heart needs work. This is very true. I'm very curious. You should sometime make a socket game that players on your stream can play with you. Well, I mean, this is sort of a socket game, the drop game. It works off of Twitch chat. So if you do !drop in the chat, it'll drop a little emote onto the tree potentially. Yeah, this is pretty decent. Yeah, Doc says, I'm interested how they're all updating every second on the second, as opposed to randomly spread out. And it's basically because they all get their state every 500 milliseconds. So every 500 milliseconds, anything that has moved will move to its next location. We can do the timing. Look at all those drops. We can do the timing stuff that people have talked about, where basically we can detect the time since last move, and we might include that as well, so that'll determine how long the animation takes for the mouse to move. Yeah. I've always just been interested in computers and technology. I started, built my first website when I was 12 or 13 years old. Thank you, Ben. This is pretty good. It's pretty good for one stream, and we can definitely add some really cool stuff to this. Get one in there. So I'm interested. There's a mouse right there. When I disconnect, it should disappear, and then there's everyone. What happens if it's 0 milliseconds? Let's see. Honestly, I think it's worth testing. I'll just edit it in production, because why not? um, so no, okay, we'll edit it locally and then push the code up. But here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna emit this, yeah, real time. What was it? Yeah, we're gonna emit the state. How about this? We emit the state every time we get a new location from some other client. We're really gonna load test this thing. So anytime we get a location from another client, we send the state out to everyone. And then on the client side, mouse listener, we will, yeah, and we are emitting their location let's emit it every 200 milliseconds. And that's also a good point. So for the individual's mouse, the one whose page it is, we'll change the color. True, so is mine. Just for now. And then in mouse, if is mine is true, we'll show like a green heart. See you later, ATD. Thanks for hanging out with us. And we'll say the if is mine is not mine. But if it is mine, does anyone know the emoji code for the green heart? It's definitely not 2764. I think I can figure it out. I have like an emoji code thingy. Yeah, but what's the code? One F49A. I have this piece of code here that actually generates a Tweemoji URL. One F49A. Yeah, that would have done it. Thank you. One F49A. Cool. So if it's mine, then we're going to do that. Let's make sure that works. Should be a green heart. Yeah, that works. Cool. So if it's mine, show it as a green heart. See you later, Ben Aaron Dahmer. Thanks for hanging out with us. All right. Look at all those hearts. I just need to double check that it's gonna show up as yeah. So it shows up for green for me, and then anyone else is gonna be red. Okay, let's do it. We're gonna see what this server can handle. I think what I'm going to emit on the back end. Let's actually log how many sockets are connected. We're not gonna log their locations on the back end anymore, though. So that gives us the total connections. Anytime someone connects or disconnects, we're going to log the total number of connections. All right. Let's do it. Stress test. Here we go. All right, it's pushed up. Oh, need to do that in there. So let's build the client first. Oh, not that. Is Majestic Eye head now? Oh. All right, we're almost done though. Server, we need to restart PM2. Look at that. 31 total connections. Let's see how it looks. Someone got yeeted so hard. That's not bad. Oh, that you mean on this over here. So we're coding this. If you go to isitnewyearsday.com, right now it obviously says no, but earlier in the stream, we made it so that when it will show that it's New Year's. And what we're adding right now is anyone that goes to this webpage, we can show their mouse moving. But I'm going to end the stream pretty soon, but we're going to add potentially tomorrow or later is it will instead of just being a little heart, it's going to be your flag for the country that you're from. Oh yeah, and we can so very much this was inspired by isitchristmas.com. When obviously it's not Christmas anymore, but their code is open source on GitHub, and they have translations. So depending on your country, it will show a certain language, like yes, no, those kinds of things. So we got a lot of stuff we want to add to this. But let's see. The new movement speed might be hidden by the CSS animation frequency. It looks better though, so now instead of seeing everyone update all at once, 9. They do look like they're updating individually. Yeah, and actually, let's see how many people are connected. So there's currently 55 people connected. Wait, a bunch of people left. People are coming back. You could do it. Yeah, that would be fun if you choose your emoji type. Yeah. My Pentium CPU is about to cry. And that's absolutely true. There's nothing stopping someone from connecting. We need to add rate limiting, all this stuff. So there's a lot to do. I think what we'll do right now is we need to add one check. If location.x is less than 0, or location.x is greater than 0, or sorry, greater than 1, return. We'll do the same thing with y, because right now we're basing this off of it's scaling based on it. Yeah, and I want to add chat. There's a lot of stuff. Let's see. Yeah, so there's 40 people connected. It can absolutely handle this many people being connected and like emitting on every single state update. Yeah. I don't really have any goals for the new year. I do want to make some video courses. Yeah, everybody that's on this website, we will see your mouse. Yeah, we'll see your house. We'll see a heart, not your actual mouse. But each one of these hearts that is on my screen represents some user that's on this website. Ooh, what are we doing here? We're forming a line. Conga line. No, I don't see my mouse on your screen. No, it's just on this webpage. Okay. Yeah, so we're doing that. This looks good to me. Let's try, yeah, io.engine.clients count. Clients? Get a list of clients. Engine? I'm gonna look it up in the docs really quick, but that should do it. 60 people connected. Let's try to max out the connections. Like, if you could, open up multiple tabs, access it on your mobile devices. Everyone watching, go to isitnewyearsday.com. Learn documentation. We want the server API. Engine. Clients count. Count clients. $125. Nice. All right. So there are 129 people on the site. Has it come to a standstill? My battery is dying. People are really load testing this thing. Though, I didn't ask you to denial of service it. Yeah, DOSed it. Someone could just be DOSing my Linux server in general, versus yeah, it's definitely died. That shouldn't have killed it though. Like, that's just one individual process. Yeah, it's down. I don't know if it was organic. I think someone is trying to be smart and did something to bring it down. I guess that's true. Only send the mice that have moved. And then we could have like a disconnect event. I like it. Majestic Eye says I have 50 tabs open. Thank you, Aiz. Socket.client.connection.server.clients count. Xmetric spawned 1,000. The thing is, it shouldn't have brought the whole server down. Like, that's just like one process. If anything, it would have slow. I guess, you know what? That one node process might have went up to like 99% CPU usage. Yeah. It might be back. Oh well. We'll fix it. We have some optimization to do. And actually, anybody that is at the site, can you close it now? So I can actually make sure that my entire server isn't down. Can't be reached. Yeah. And before we go, let's put it back to what I had, where it's just basically emitting once every 500 milliseconds from the server. Like that. So we're only emitting the state from the server every 500 milliseconds, and then from the client, though technically this is where people could DDoS it as well. They could send it on a more frequent basis, every 200 milliseconds. I think that's fine. See you later, Sergio. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, it's dead. I might have to bring it down and then bring it back up. So you see these snowflakes falling? That's the drop. Yeah, so that should help with that. Yeah. Backend is totally down. That's totally fine. I'm gonna log into my AWS really quick and just like shut the server down. That should close any connections that happen to it. Here we go. It also could be that the The backend server ran out of, or sorry, the API server ran out of memory. But how will we know when New Year's Day is? I don't know. Just a second. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Cool. Here, I'll show you my AWS dashboard really quick. So we can see that in the past hour, the CPU utilization went up to about 70%, which is interesting. Like it didn't max out at 100. And then the incoming network traffic, outgoing, 62 megabytes. I can't look any smaller than the last hour, at least in the AWS dashboard. But yeah, it is using a lot of traffic, outgoing traffic. Though, 548. Yeah, it should have been fine. I don't know what happened. Oh, why did the CPU load start an hour ago? Oh no, it didn't. It started 12 minutes ago. I was just using light sail because it was easy to set up. All right, it's gonna fully go down. I'm just gonna stop the entire instance. Or actually, no, I'm gonna reboot the instance. Yeah. At least the drop game is impacted. That's very true. See you later, Cirelli. Thanks for hanging out with us. I want to get this going. I want to get this back up and going before I stop the stream. But I am gonna end the stream soon. Repeating real-time events from in clients back to all in clients in squared growth and load. I could see it. Yeah. Oh, you'll have to ask Doc. I think Doc created the latest physics, and so certain things happen where they just like go flying. All right, I'm gonna stop the instance. Okay, here we go. Drop yeet. Yeet. Oh wow, it just happened. Why did that happen? I saw Shaggy go flying. Yeah. Like these two are gonna collide? Oh, I thought they would collide. Oh wow. Shaggy is very slow, very slow. It's like a real snowflake right here. So I have a static IP on Lightsail, so I don't have to worry about the IP address changing. Gravity. Oh, that was cool. I see. So if they hit the top of each other, they'll bounce off. That's funny. But thanks for the tip, though, Dean. Because yeah, if you don't have a static IP, your address will absolutely change. It's still stopping. Why is it still stopping? I'll show you. Because yeah, this is my static IP, but it's taking a while to bring it down. Yeah, sure. James was here. You're more than welcome to like share a link on the Discord or something like that, and we can show it. Dynamic IP, yeah. Welp. Be right back. There's a sandwich over there that someone brought to me. Oh. I think this is Subway. Just randomly appeared in my basement. Cranberry cookie. Okay, here we go. Let's start it back up. Just got yeeted. It's so good. Though I don't have physical access to the power cord, so I can't cut the power. There we go. So, actually, let me push up the latest changes, because, I'm updating it so that we're not having in-squared events anymore. We're just emitting the state every 500 milliseconds. That should prevent server overload. Cool, and if you're trying to get to the website right now, the backend is probably down. Because I don't think PM2 starts automatically. Yeah, so I have to start it up anyways. Oh. There we go. So it should be back up now. Yeah, I could set up PM2 to auto restart, but for now, it's fine. And also that prevents people from like trying to DDoS me before I have a chance to like pull the latest code down. Yeah. All right, it should be good. We can try load testing it again, honestly, before I go. Open up a bunch of tabs. Let's max out the connections. And we should still be good. Yeah, like, no lag. Really. .42 connections. It's funny that they're all towards the top. I'm curious. Oh, because you're just opening new tabs. That's probably why, huh? 85 connections. We can look in the Metrics. Yeah, let's htop it. That's a good call. God damn it. We're at 40% CPU usage. Only 280 gigs of RAM being used. Here, I'll show the number of connections too. Is it a lot of CPU? We have 139 people connected. 50% utilization. So, the server is receiving a lot of incoming requests, because each client that's open is potentially sending their mouse location every 200 milliseconds. Only a couple of tags. Let's see what you got. Ah, jeez. It's down. It hovers around 40%. I think that's okay, right? And so, with the connections are slowly going up. But yeah, I mean, those are the only things I have running on this machine are Nginx and whoa, just spiked to 78%. And we're at 168 connections. 170. I mean, if you have a tool ready to go, sure. It's borked? Did it stop working? That's still working for me. What happened? Connection reset? Yeah, so if you refresh the page, for some reason, I guess because the server's being overloaded with requests, it couldn't respond with the CSS. Working as intended. Well, wait, is the SSH agent? Where was that? I mean, one thing I probably should do is deploy the front end to a CDN rather than running on the same server as the backend API. Process ID 1480. 0% CPU usage. Huh. Yeah, so it should already be webpacked because I'm using the Vue build tools. Yeah, but we're back down to 109, 108. So that should be fine. That should be fine. All right, that's good enough. So we have some work to do. We have 3 days till New Year's, and we do want to add all these cool features like messaging and fireworks and displaying potentially different emojis where your mouse is, all that good stuff. But thanks everyone for hanging out with me. Thanks for load testing this for me. That was fun. We got to bring down a server. I do. If you do, here, I'll help you out. There's the Discord. And the source code is all on GitHub. So if you want to make a pull request, I'm open to that as well. Oh, not that. And yeah, like I said, there's a lot of things we can do. We can optimize the state updates and the amount of socket requests that are being sent out, all that good stuff. Cool. No. See you later, Greg. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for DDoSing me, basically. What Xmetric said. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so if you want to keep chatting about this stuff, join our Discord. What else? I think that's it. I'll probably stream at some point tomorrow. I don't know when, but if you follow me on Twitter or you're on the Discord, you'll get a notification. Yeah, let's do a raid. Let's see who's streaming. Abadub. I usually only raid people that I've watched before. Let's see who's on in science and technology. See you later, Majestic Eye. Thanks for hanging out with us. Baby's first interpreter with TypeScript. Should we go to a stream that's doing TypeScript? Cool. And if you want to raid with us and you're on YouTube, head over to twitch.tv/codinggarden. And you can join in on the raid. Wait, what's happening here? Don't raid the chickens. We're not. There's people actually streaming right now. We're gonna raid a programmer. Live chat. Cool. All right. So this looks interesting, but they are doing TypeScript, so I don't know. Sweating is more fun than reading. This person I think is doing C#, game programming in C++, building Tetris, data-driven web. Let's see if anybody from the live coding team is on. The messy coder. It's not playing any games. Tutor Exilius? Oh, I think they're speaking German. Which is not a bad thing. It's just the majority of the people here speak English. Oh, it says not live. You're right. Okay, so let's see what this TypeScript stream is doing.
Okay.
Casual streamer, UI designer.
So now we're gonna do. We're not gonna evaluate nulls.
Who is this?
We're going to evaluate
Sugar Pirate. TypeScript is so meh. It's all right. Let's see what they're working on though. I'm gonna full screen it. Instance of. Are they making a parser? Baby's first interpreter. That's actually pretty cool. They're making like an interpreted language or something. So let's go raid them. That's pretty much how I feel about TypeScript. Is if you're not working on a big team, it's not worth it in my opinion. Oh yeah, raid message. Can someone copy and paste the raid message? Wait, no, I got it in reverse. You need to do the this one. There we go. So copy and paste that message. That's the message we're gonna send when we raid their channel. Be nice. They're working on TypeScript. That's totally fine. We don't hate TypeScript. We just don't prefer it. But we're gonna go learn about it, and we're gonna learn about an interpreter because apparently they're building an interpreter. Alrighty, everyone. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.